Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
In a world of boundless potential, we have often forgotten our most precious resource. Mothers who dream of a better life for their children, yet face the harsh reality of lack and need. Food, medicine, clothing, and education, the basic pillars of human dignity, remain out of reach for so many. Humanity has forgotten the value of the child, but that is about to change. Introducing Keshe Coin, not just a currency, but a humanitarian digital infrastructure designed to restore dignity to every human being. It begins where life begins, with the recognition of every child's inherent value. The initial step. Upon birth registration, every child receives 1,000 Keshe coins, subject to conditions. With each coin valued internally at 1,000 euros, the path to a dignified life is opened. Access to food, healthcare, and growth can be guaranteed. This is powered by a secure global blockchain network, a digital foundation built for humanity, an infrastructure of validator nodes and transparent data, ensuring that resources reach those who need them most. From the shadows of poverty, we see the first light of transformation. Families gaining the security they deserve. Education becomes a right, not a privilege. Knowledge grows through humanity, opening doors to a new future. We are building a world where social well-being is the standard, where every home is safe and every clinic is functioning. This is the realistic future we achieve through knowledge, technology, and the unwavering pursuit of peace. A functioning global network of human value, connecting one planet, one nation, one race. The transformation is real. It is the recognition that our collective future depends on the value we place on each other. Keshe Coin restores the dignity that was lost, creating a legacy of opportunity for the generations to come. Peace is not just the absence of conflict. It is the presence of justice and value. One planet, one nation, one race. A singular vision for a unified humanity. As we find peace on Earth, we look toward the stars. Our potential is no longer bound by our struggle. Peace opens the path to the universe. Knowledge leads us into the infinite. Keshe Coin, because the value of humanity begins with the child, and our peace opens the path to the stars. Join us in building the future. Keshe Coin. One planet, one nation, one race.
And welcome everyone to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for August 23rd, 2026. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with each and every one of the participants. We all have microphones. We're all encouraged to interact. But as we saw in the video, and there's about 6 Keshe Coin videos now, we're providing opportunity for future generations. So in a way, we're just the early pioneers. The same way Bitcoin wasn't popular in the beginning, or maybe Amazon wasn't too popular in the beginning, but you can see how it's grown. And as people realize more and more what this coin can do in their lives and reduce the harshness, this will become the effort of the man, as I understand it. So, welcome each and all, providing a beautiful gift delivered by Mr. Keshe. But again, we're part of that delivery mechanism as well. Even though conditions seem harsh and sometimes getting harsher for many around this planet, there is a way out. And as Mr. Keshe said, we'll be introducing to the governments. Hopefully, we'll start to see a couple governments in Africa sign on and create opportunities for governments to do some of the projects they'd like to do, and a whole new sort of way of interacting on this planet, more with cooperation and collaboration rather than war and politics and figuring out a way to steal or rig the next cycle in so many ways. And as Mr. Keshe said, this coin and this structure has created quite a fear in the American establishment as well as the European establishment, maybe not so much in the Chinese, but apparently this idea of floating exchange rates and putting out a fixed currency is a threat, because by floating or having some currencies win and others lose, this is the way you sort of, or inflate it, write off your debts in the future. So this coin is not really looked at favorably at this time by the leading structures, but certainly will be favorable and will be brought by humanity. And of course, this is what we're here to do, just the early learners and early comers into this whole process. Anyone like to add anything? We have many different opportunities, associations for you to sort of join the Keshe Foundation Association, as well as play the game of peace and enlightenment. This leads to gifts of Keshe coins, which are out for tests, and so are the units. But major things are happening, as we heard Mr. Keshe say, major breakthrough that will benefit the foundation and the knowledge seekers. I don't know if that's in the area of the antennas, the cosmic ray antennas, part of the transmutation, part of a hovering car. He didn't actually refer, but he said it was a major breakthrough in the process, or one of the secrets of the process of creation. Would you like to add something, anyone? Okay, very well. First, we'll go to the World Peace Treaty, which is part of the main part of the whole work. As Mr. Keshe said, do we want to be parasites of the universe, or do we want to transmute into that beautiful butterfly where we take nothing and we can give everything? And maybe that's part of the closing of the mouth of the man, which was referred to, as well as the nose, that if we can master this movement of energies rather than chewing on the love of creation, we can make quite a bit of progress and understanding. And then linking the understanding of the matter state with the knowledge of the universe, which the soul acquires, we will understand the totality I think he was referring to. But again, this is a step-by-step process. So thank you all for being here. You're all instrumental in playing a small part in a very large play, let's say, or as Mr. Keshe likes to reference, you're holding a very small part of a very large carpet. So let's go to our World Peace Treaty, a simple document you can find on the internet, on search engines, Keshe World Peace Treaty. Again, it's between you and your soul. As we understand, we are a universe, and the idea is making your universe peaceful. So if you have the universe in a way within you, then you have a lot of work to do in cleaning it up. And the cleaning up process comes in the thinking, speaking, and acting. But as we close our mouths, I guess we'll be doing a bit less speaking. and also putting less things into the mouth. We'll be using that emotion to communicate, and maybe this is actually an enhancement to our longevity in the universe. So this is the World Peace Treaty between you and your central energies first, then the others later. But we will be exporting this peace across the universe, even though we understand the universe is a peaceful environment. So, would anyone like to read our World Peace Treaty? Remember, we're introducing a new science, not really a new, as Mr. Keshe said with the discovery. He says we really didn't discover, we just confirmed what we thought that was already there. So, we're introducing a new science where this is the science, this is where the science meets the soul of the man, a new ethos where the stronger feeds the weaker rather than the stronger taking from the weaker, and then a new language, and it'll be the language of love and giving and collaboration and cooperation among all entities of the universe. And that was very interesting how Mr. Keshe said that mirror reflects the creator in every sort of circumstance. So the creator made himself in trillions, or shows himself in trillions of faces across the universe. And one of the seminal questions in the workshop was, would you eat your creator, or would you eat your mother, so to speak? And of course, he's often referred to the getting back to the mother or getting back to the creator, which the universal community, some of them apparently are in the same dilemma, trying to get back to the creator, which is a circular rather than a straight line, as we're finding out more and more. So this is the World Peace Treaty. Anyone would like to read it. You don't have to be perfect to read the World Peace Treaty. It just means you want to move in that direction. And we were all created to be perfect. It's just it'll take some time and some maturing, and the soul is doing some part of the work as well. As when we go and lay down and fall asleep, the soul apparently does some of its own work and its own maturing that the physicality is not even totally aware of. So this is where we're sort of understanding our chameleonic or chameleon type of nature, where we actually operate in two dimensions, even though there are more dimensions. We're not quite ready for them yet. But to be in these dimensions requires someone who, an entity that wants to interact in a peaceful way. So we, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you could delete as appropriate, our nation, our territory, our council, our religion, our city, our body, and our souls. Simply put your name again on behalf of. You can stand in the balance, so to speak, until they come along. Have it witnessed. And again, after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And perhaps that doesn't mean having it printed on a t-shirt and wear it all over the place, although that would be quite novel. I'm sure that would create a lot of interactions, but people will sense your peacefulness by the way you speak and by the way you act, and maybe they'll understand your thinking in this. But this is where the peace comes in. And even the Creator has to learn and is learning and has learned how to balance off emotions of anger or other things. So this is not a unique situation in the universe that humanity is going through, but apparently we've been quite offensive in the bigger picture. And that offense is not going to be allowed to expand itself into dimensions of other entities or into dimensions of the universe, even though it already has. But it's not a major component, let's say, at this time. So this is part of the World Peace Treaty for here on this planet, and the ethos and sort of the way you'll behave across the universe, at least in the dimension of energy. And hopefully we'll accept this in the dimension of physicality where we aren't locked to this planet or to its physicality, although we're here and we can enjoy more by observing than actually through the physicality, perhaps. So you can find it, you can sign it, you can start to work with it. And again, as you play the game of peace and enlightenment, which is part of the gift to the humanity from the Keshe Foundation, this sort of ethos of the three wise men sinks in. So we have a game called Peace and Enlightenment, which is right here. You can sign up for it. But the first thing you should do if you're going to move in this direction of peace is to sign up at the keshefoundation.at. Is this the one? No, this is our YouTube channel. I'm just looking. Maybe I have switched it, but okay, we're just going to go through here. Yeah, here it is. Okay. It hasn't disappeared. It's just my eyes didn't focus on it. So keshefoundation.at. Let's put this into the chat. This is a starting point to join the association of the Keshe Foundation. And again, if you're not a member of the foundation, as Mr. Keshe said, we cannot give you your coins. I was thinking about a husband and wife, and maybe the husband's in the foundation, and if he's not getting the coins or whatever, but if the wife finds out about it, she may get rid of the husband and get a husband that wants Keshe coins, because that could be 30 more Keshe coins per year. It's just amazing how this will start to add up. But the first step is to sign up either as a full member or a support member for €1 per year. So I think this is the best offer on the internet, where you can sort of wager, even though it's pretty much settled, €1 for in exchange for perhaps 30 Keshe coins a year, valued internally to the Keshe Foundation at €1,000 each. And you'll start to see little stores and other things pop up in this, what we call the game of peace and enlightenment, where you will start to be able to, there's a little pop-out menu on both sides. The game is getting a little busy, but there are, whoops, let's go back to the map. Oh, it's asking me to log in. This seems to be something that happens. Periodically in this game, and now we have to unlock it. But just to show the store where you'll be able to sell your products or your services worldwide. And this will be part of the exchange of the Keshe Foundation coin. Now, Mr. Keshe mentioned about bringing in the governments in the upcoming period, so in the next couple of weeks. Okay, so I've signed into the game, and everyone should have a store, as I understand it. Gail or anyone, do you want to add anything about the shops? It's just getting set up. So you can see I've sort of made a little bit of a store, just a kind of a make-believe store. I don't really know precisely what I'm doing, but there are meetings coming up that'll explain more about this. But this is the way the interactions start to move. Now, maybe as one of the developers was saying, you want to teach how to speak Polish. You can set up a class, and people, you don't actually have to ship them anything, or something along that line, where they could review your class maybe for €1, an hour class a week or something like that, and they could learn Polish, or someone else is doing something different. Products will be shipped, but I think it'll be more on the local level to start with rather than internationally, but we'll have to see how all that works out. But everybody should have a store. If you have a business, you can set up your business to accept Keshe coins, or as an individual to either send or receive coins. You're going to have to be a member of the foundation, and this exchange will happen within the game, probably in the marketplace, as there are things for sale, I believe, already, such as energy drinks in the game, books of wisdom, books of meditation, and things along that line. So it's setting up almost an entire infrastructure that you will able to source your energy for lighting and for other needs, perhaps from here. You'll be able to source energy for food, for feeding. You'll be able to source travel, whether it's across this planet, I believe. Maybe this is part of the new breakthrough in transmutation that will allow us to absorb certain energies, or perhaps it's part of implanted devices. And then, of course, wellness. Shelter is also included in this. So it's a whole sort of plasma city being set up virtually, but that virtual will become, as we see what happens to energies of the universe, they become you. You are actually made out of the energies. As this game takes place and this technology is developed, we'll see things sort of appear, maybe even you and I appearing in places. And again, it might cost some of the resources you've collected in the game. And there's ambassadors and there's different things. They've recently added to this game weather conditions. Here's a tropical storm floating across the Atlantic Ocean. I think if we click on it, it's Tropical Storm Cristobal. And I don't know why they've added the weather to this. Maybe it's just to monitor to see. But
Even Mark, even the earthquakes,
yes,
keeping
earthquakes.
you in the news. Yeah.
Yeah, and even it was very interesting. I was hearing someone who was very deep into studying earthquakes, he said, and when they had that, where did they have this one in, was it Peru, Colombia? Yeah, this was on apparently 8/18, and it was a very shallow depth of 10, and it was quite a strong one as I understand it. But and then on the other side of the earth, this fellow was saying about 75% of the time you get the antipode, which is something on the other side of the planet. He said it happens about 7 out of 10 times where you'll see another earthquake. And this is where we saw, I believe, didn't we see something in the Philippines and Indonesia a few days later? So there's some sort of symmetric with this thing, but that's just a sort of a weather reporting. These are different. I hadn't seen these orange circles until just recently. Indonesia, 8/17 at 9:53, depth of, and you can go onto the U.S. Geological Survey here, and it'll tell you more about what happened there. Maybe this is part of bringing balance or even bringing technologies to a certain area that may.
Yes, and also, Mark, making sure that we get the real news, I believe. And there's a question. I think you said your enlightenment went down, but it looks like it's back normal.
Yeah, apparently sometimes the game doesn't reset itself fully. I had come back to the
So,
game the other day. I was on level 3. You can see there's 8 or 9 levels here. And all of a sudden the game
mhm.
had taken away all my energy or left me with very little in all of these things. But later on in the day, it
Well,
apparently reset
it
itself.
came back because,
Yeah.
yeah, I think when they're working on it, then changes cause that, but it will be reset to normal.
Mm-hmm. And every day,
And there's something.
yes.
Mhm.
All right.
There's also something else I remember, the Eco ID card. Okay, they're working on it. That will be the login card for the game and also for the email system. So login card, it's called the Eco ID card.
It
Mm.
says you do not have an Eco ID card yet.
No, that'll come. You have to do that with the ambassador, I believe, or it could start from the foundation itself to make sure that person has been checked out and they're legitimate and they can do all these things.
Have you clicked on this request Echo ID, Gail, on your game?
Well, I think you have to do that through a golden ambassador.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
So
Don't worry, it'll all happen.
It's a work in progress, as Mr. Keshe said, 12 to 24 months to straighten this out. A lot of people think the game is supposed to work. It has no imperfections in it, but we know it does, and it's being developed. And by playing it at this level, you're actually helping to test and perfect the game.
I think there was one other thing.
Mhm.
Um, about it's called the Fusion Lab, and when you have extra color tokens, you can order or pay for, if you will, if you have the color tokens, you would be able to get some more meditation cards from the game. So if you have a shortage in your ethos and you want to fill it up a bit more, you can use some of your extra tokens from your countries if you have extra.
And how would you know if you have extra? You go over here to your inventory,
Yeah.
and it shows you what you've collected. There's small in each category. The first is an energy drink. The second is a quicker energy regen process. And this is the Book of Wisdom. And this is the Book of Meditation. There's flash cooldown. So there's a little bit of a learning curve in playing this game, wouldn't you say, Gail?
Big one, yes. It's fun though.
How
I
all
enjoy
of
it.
these things work. And again, I think this will be the sort of self-contained plasma city where if you're thirsty or if you would like to
Hmm.
feel hydrated, you may spend a couple of your energy resources, maybe a large one. There's small, medium, and large. So I wanted to be hydrated for 24 hours. Maybe I'd use one or two of my large energy drinks because they seem to be good for 24 hours. Well, some of the things like on the regen, if you use a large regen, it's good for 24 hours. Maybe that would be part of it. Or if you want to be fed for the next 2 or 3 days, I don't have the money to go shopping. I don't have the time. I really don't want to eat out because I know the tap water that they use in this. So I want to be fed for the next 3 days while I'm traveling through Cambodia. Maybe this is very possible because I'm not used to the normal diet and the rest of the things. And as things settle down, maybe you go a little slower and you will enjoy some of the things in Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, and so on. So there's so many possibilities of being in this game as just being in a plasma city as I see it. And then, of course, as he said,
And Mark,
yes,
you have a little white diamond there. What
yeah,
does it
that's a
do?
store. That's my store. We clicked on it
Click on
earlier.
it a
Yeah,
little bit.
yeah, we clicked on it
Oh,
earlier. It's not
I
set up
missed it.
properly.
And then the other one,
Huh?
look at the, did you click on the
Let's
academy?
find Gail's store. I think Gail's store was on. Oh, you know what it is, Gail? We're not on the world version. We're on the US version. So there's different versions of this
Oh,
server. I think Gail is on the world server. Is
world.
that right?
Yeah,
So let's
we're
just
on
put this
world.
in. And if you're a new player, let me just paste this in. And of course, you would just use world if you want to put that in there, Gail, from your game, where you could go to the
Oh,
world.
yeah, I see your US.
Yeah, would you
And click
put
on
the world, would you put the
academy,
world one in there
Mark.
for us, Gail? Would you put the world link in there for us, Gail?
Yeah, we can write it. And check on did you check the academy?
No.
Second, or I think it's second from the bottom there.
There's a
Got
lot of
a hat.
exploration you can do in this game. Absolutely. Academy, second
Just it's
from the
interest. Yeah, academy, that's it.
okay.
I want to see what yours is saying. Yes. So this one is 655 workshop, and they've broken it down into different lessons, which is very interesting the way they've done this. So a new person would possibly be able to understand some of it. They might have some more simple explanations for beginners. But this is a very good breakdown of Workshop 655. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, the summary of the I think they're
Yes.
very, very powerful appetizers. And they're put together beautifully. Even though Ed is struggling a little with the AI following some of his recommendations or tasks, he's worked it out and still wants to keep working with it. And I think we're all benefiting by it by just taking this, and we'll play this today, his latest one from 656. So these are all little resources on the game. Again, the objective is to travel each level. You need to travel to each one of these countries a certain number of times to get to the next level. That's part of it, but that's where everyone starts, traveling to 195 countries twice at level 1. Once you've reached that and you've done a few other things, you can then sort of graduate to level 2. I don't know if it's automatic. Is it automatic, Gail, or do you need to consult?
It is to the first two, but after that, then you do have to have some um,
Verify?
checking out with the ambassadors. Make sure that everything is, you really are who you say you are, so that bots or, interruptions from those that are trying to cause trouble, they don't get the chance.
They just
So
want to keep
yes,
the game on the up and up, that it's not bots in there
yes,
or multiple people playing on multiple
absolutely.
platforms under different things. So they're going to have a system called an ambassador system. And apparently, there's a couple ambassadors here. We see this person has a golden star, and he's the only one that can actually move people, I guess, from once you get to the third level to the fourth level, or maybe even from the second level to the third level. But other ambassadors are being created, and this will sort of put a level of security in the game. Not that it'll be perfect, because I was even reading about Alibaba's AI in a controlled test was somehow found a way out and was mining cryptocurrency of Alibaba or something along that line. And the testers didn't even
Wow.
find it. It was the security system that found it, where they noticed a huge outflow from Alibaba in some sort of codes that were very unnormal. And they found the
I have a
AI.
quick question when there's a moment.
Go right ahead.
I just signed my sister, or she signed herself up and she's on the wait list. What does that mean? For Germany, and the German website said German, but it has only partial, minor German. And she only does German. So I was wondering what the wait list means.
I
No,
don't.
I think did she go to the foundation, cashfoundation.at first?
She signed up there, yes.
Okay. And then did you follow all the different things and she's
She did.
and you take
I'm here and she's in Germany, so I didn't see because what she was looking at looked
oh,
different from what I had here.
okay. Because when I signed up, I remember that message. And then when I completed everything, then I was able to start signing in. So I
Well, it
think
said
maybe
to sign in with the wallet. And I said, just wait. I don't know what that means.
I don't.
well, when you sign in with wallet, okay. Maybe you can let me take a look or something one day when you can ask her. Then
Yeah,
you
I
can,
just can't see hers. I can only see mine. I don't know how to do that. And also, she's quite elderly, so you got to take that into account. And
well,
she
some
today,
elderly people are, you know, they're happy with it and some aren't, I guess.
yeah, no, no,
Um,
she's very happy. She just is reading a lot about death and dying right now.
oh no. Okay. Is there
And about
someone
life
there
after
that
death,
can actually,
huh?
is there another person that can actually that you trust to help her? So that they can let us see what's happening.
Yeah, I don't know. Um, And yeah, and it's
Check and
different
see,
time
yeah.
zones. So she's currently not even like she says she's been freezing in her house all day. And I said, how about
Oh,
heating a cup of tea? And she says, you
oh,
think that would work? She used to be,
oh,
you know,
yeah. So there's
used to
nobody
be
there
smart.
that she can work with, maybe?
She lives by herself and her
Mm.
family, they have very limited time for her. They do
Okay.
help, but they have a limited time. So
Maybe
I'm
we
just
can,
asking here, does she need to immediately sign up with a wallet? I told her just don't. Just close it and
no,
your system.
better that we look at it. And also, I think if you can ask some of the knowledge seekers to see if any one of them can assist her if they're nearby. I think that's probably the best thing
Yeah.
because then they know what to expect.
She loves what is happening, but her priority is now to prepare for the next life. So,
Which makes, yeah,
huh?
it makes sense in a way for her to be thinking that way. I understand that.
Yeah, she says that's my first priority. Cash is second.
Mhm. Well, at least it's next to number one.
Yeah,
Nicole
right.
knows
So
what.
I just thought maybe you guys might know. And there was an impressum where there was an address for Ekmar. I said, he speaks German. You could touch base with him, even though he's terribly busy. But then she
He
couldn't
might,
find that
yeah.
again
Yeah.
on the site.
Okay, so
Okay.
Gail, if we, I didn't mean to interrupt her, but go ahead if you have more. I was just going to show them how to set up a new account. And
Good, yes.
if we go to settings, you're and you would go to the game, and I would log off the game down at the bottom here. Now I'm already signed in, but I'm going to log off. So when you go to this us.getplasma.org, I believe this would be the first page you would see, and you would
Right.
then sign up as a new player. So you would,
She signed up. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, she did. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that even showed up. Yeah, she went to
Yeah. Mhm.
worldgetplasma.org,
right.
and
So,
that's where she followed the directions there. And it wasn't with a new player, but maybe that's automatic because she's new.
yeah, you have to
Okay,
sign
I
up
think we
as,
need to, yeah, I think we need to see, someone needs to help her, like, really look at it.
right. Okay.
Otherwise, you're going to end up in a a bit of a mess there.
Right.
Okay,
So,
so Gail, once we signed up for this and it asks you for the country you're from, the language, and don't try to trick the foundation, username, password, your first name, last name, birthplace, um, birth date, email address, and then select your gender, so on. And then you would say send verification email, correct? Gail?
That
yes.
was not where she
Mhm.
ended up.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe she's not registered yet for the game. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we need I think I can ask one of the people that's working with us and see if they can organize.
Now,
And and also what area is she in?
Germany.
Yes, but then maybe you can give me an email on Telegram, and then we can get the correct place and see if there's anybody nearby.
so
Yeah, and she lives in the middle of nowhere.
Don't worry, that there'll be a few who are doing the same.
Okay,
so
I
it
will
says
send
on
you.
Essentially,
send the
Okay.
verification email. What does that mean, Gail? Do we have to put an email in the game somewhere or?
it means you're going to click on it, and then you're going to have to go to your email and get a very long number
Huh?
and copy it and put it on. It'll ask you where you need to put it.
She
It'll,
was given a birthday of today. So
In
something,
other words, a year from now, she has to redo it. Is that what you're
right.
saying?
So her birthday is
Okay.
today.
Well, that's interesting. Okay.
Her birthday,
Um,
her Kesh
oh,
Plasma game
that's when she
birthday.
has to renew. Okay.
Right. But that means should technically would mean that she is in the system.
I think so, but it just sounds, I'm not sure. It's hard to do it if you can't see what's going on.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, you know what we went through, so it's
Yeah, right.
yeah,
it's a
complicated.
game in development, but it's being perfected at a pretty rapid pace.
Right. Yeah, I told
And
her
one,
that.
yes. And one other thing, before I forget, when you see ambassador, like at the top of the screen, um, different people are designated for all the countries so far, and they have ambassadors, and the ambassadors will be able to check out to make sure there's no that you really are who
Right,
you say you
right.
are. And if you click on it, then you will be able to make a Jitsi call, okay?
A what?
And a JITSI, it's a software program.
Oh,
And
gee.
you would go to the word ambassador, okay? After you click on ambassador there, it should turn green.
I
And then you
don't
go
see
to,
anything like that. The script is so unreadable for me, even with my glasses,
okay.
that I
All right,
cannot decipher it.
we'll sit
We'll
with
deal with
you
it
and
later.
yeah,
Deal with it later.
sit with you. But it's something that the ambassadors can do. And they would go to it's got kind of like a round head and shoulders. And there's a list of ambassadors. And if you've clicked on it and it turned green, you will be
Yeah,
able to verify someone. You will see that you can click on a Jitsi call. It will actually do all the work for you. And then you can verify the person. Yes, you are who you say. And this is something that's going to happen, levels 3 and 4 and up, because then that's when we start to make money. Not that much on 3, but as you go, your cash coins and everything, you want to be very, very secure. So that's why
yeah.
they've set it
And
up
I
that way.
told her she probably is not going to play, but she needs this so that she has like a bank account
Yeah,
for
I
when
think
she
that's
else.
something we can ask the association if they can verify what we have to do.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
she is barely coping.
yeah,
So
I
some
think
days she has good days, and other days she has absolutely terrible days.
so
Like
we'll
she
have to
can't get out
see
of
if
bed.
you can give me the information, then we can ask some of the people that we've been dealing with if they can please check and see if there's anyone out in the country nearby her. There might be,
Yeah,
and so it would be good if they could watch over her.
yeah. She has a Telegram account and email address. So
Okay.
okay,
Just
thank you.
thank you,
Good. Again, it's just the early stages. We're all learning about the
Right.
plus they're adding other features to the game, which I don't understand all the features like fragments and different things. But step by step, slowly, we're moving
Mhm.
through this process over the next periods of time. Anything else we need to say? There's a daily quiz which keeps your acumen a bit sharp, although not every question will
Oh,
be answered the same way as you'd find
yes,
in the
Mark.
wiki.
There is one, remember? The very big circle. It kind of pulses in and out. Very big white circle. And it seems that you can click on for example, well, in your case, you don't need to click on knowledge. It's already done. But let's say your knowledge is low, then when you see that, you can click on your knowledge and it will start building up on its own. You know how you get your energy. If you, let me just see, I can't see your energy. It's a bit too high up on the screen. If you click on energy on the white dot, yeah, that's it. Um, then it will start to increase your energy, like slowly. So overnight, you would find your energy has been built up. So the same thing with knowledge. If you have lower number of knowledge, you can click on that white circle there beside it, and it will increase +1, I guess, every few minutes or so. Yeah. And I've clicked on my knowledge and it's starting to increase. And you can do the same thing with consciousness. If you decide you need to have more consciousness, you click on it. And everybody should try to keep it above 80% or above. And apparently you get more, I don't know if it's bottles or anything that would come to the game. you would get more of. So we have to keep it 80% or above on consciousness. And Mark's looks pretty good. I think that's all that I can think of right now.
Okay, I use the books of wisdom to increase the knowledge.
Yeah. I've been finding mine is less and less. I don't know what the reason is. So I clicked on it and it's actually it's starting to grow.
Okay, and this entire game is going to be embedded in a network called the One Nation Network, which are units you can purchase, gift to humanity, or hold them yourself, however you'd want to do it. And this is part of the net or the global peace or the fields that are going to be created that will help to change the whole process. But the game and everything else, the teachings of the Keshe Foundation, the papers, all of this will be embedded into this One Nation network. This is the new network we're creating, or the new Plasma City. So you can go on the Keshe Foundation store, and I'm not sure if the store is actually functioning at this time. It's been down for a couple of weeks for renovations, but this is where you would get an ONN unit and become part of the mesh sort of network here, this blockchain sort of off.
There's one other small thing. I think Ed introduced us to it. That's the night and day. So if you're looking at the world, the map, you will be seeing which part has sunshine and which part is at night. So you choose that under your settings.
Okay,
It's quite a bit.
take us through that, Gail.
Yeah, if you go to settings,
Okay,
um, you would go down. Let's see, I've got Trezor tools. I'm going past that. Account and identity, game settings. Then it talks about the bonus. And then it says UI, that's user interface, and display. Okay, so it's how your map is going to look. So you can choose uh, day. Whoops, there's an arrow key. I'd better open it. The arrow key says auto, and then in brackets, day, night. Okay, so you will see both, just as if you're watching the sun coming up on the map. Or you can choose the dark, or
so
you can choose
here it is
light.
right here. You're talking about world map theme or a display. This is the one, Gail?
World map theme, yes. I
Okay,
chose day night, the auto day night, and it's very interesting. And if
okay.
you want to change it back, no problem. You can go and change it
So
back to what you want.
auto day night, we're going to save it, and we're going to go back to, and that's just the back to map, and let's see if our map has changed. Okay, and it has. Let me just,
Interesting, very interesting.
yeah, very nice. If you like light and dark, you can see uh,
Night and day.
half of the globe being sort of dark, the other half being rather light, the way the rotation and angle and so on.
And and also mention the version doing a hard reset. Did you mention that yet? Maybe not.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Yeah, just do a hard reset. And again, it depends
How do you
on
do a hard
your
reset? People,
browser. It's something you do from the browser. If you cannot find, like I use my shift key, which I make a capital with on my keyboard, and then I go up to the browser and I click on the reload at the same time. So it's shift key plus reload. And that will make sure that you're on the right version. And sometimes, if you're lucky, you will see at the bottom to please click on the new version. And that you can also do that as well. I think that's it.
okay. So that's the game, how to sign up for it, get in line for your coins, €1 per year. Hopefully, before the end of 12 months, you'll see some cash coin in your account, and then we'll start to trade. Again, he said we're going back to a barter type of system here in a way. where we're
Yeah,
treating
fairness.
internally to the Keshe Foundation at this point. But eventually, over the next decades, probably, this coin will subsume all other currencies, as I understand it. Individual, like Bitcoin, or government currencies. This will bring the equalization of all the nations and not the speculative sort of bubbles that are created and then pop and so many people lose and the rest, and this sort of yo-yo effect will stabilize. Anyone want to add anything else about the coin or the game or the network? So very simple to go back. Again, you just go to the settings, just a very simple change, waiting for it to come up. And there it is. So we'll just go back and we're going to put our, but there is quite a bit in here, auto daylight. So we're just going to switch back to the dark mode. We're going to save that. And that's how simple it is. But as people like to say, it's simple when you know how it works.
And Mark, I just realized on my shop, my little shop called Lindiwe's Plasma Sweets, I have 4 orders. And I am now I'm clicking on send because I think Eki was the first one paid out. So now I have to send out.
Do you want to share your screen? As Ekmar said, it's difficult to understand when you're
Yeah.
speaking about it. It's much easier if you're
Yeah.
showing it and working through it.
Unfortunately, I'm having some problems right now. I think because the internet is quite weak. So I'm not able to do what I would like to do. But I can tell you, um, it's giving it will give a tracking number. And then you confirm shipment, I guess. Yeah. And then you do the same thing with any other where it shows the person has paid out. So you must send them out. You can probably check yours. I think you would have the same there, Mark.
Yeah, I did check earlier. It's not functioning.
It probably will be now. Oh, unless they haven't got to US yet. Maybe the
Yeah.
server hasn't been updated. And this was not here before. It's like in the last half an hour,
Okay.
which is
Right. Some
strange.
people are working in the background and perfecting
Yeah,
that.
I think
But
maybe
everybody should
someone,
have a store or multiple stores, apparently. This is how the flow of the coin will start. So if you have, maybe you have a specialty in making, what do they call that glass where you sort of solder it and you make these things and hang them up in the window? You could create a class like that, or a candle making class, or maybe something on making a magrav. I don't know if you'd want to sell that, but this is the way they want the coin to start functioning, just by interchanging for things like videos or maybe other things that don't necessarily have to be shipped. But as Mr. Keshe said, if you're going to sell products on the store in your nation, they have to have certain certifications as well. Although he did say, for example, vegetables, he knows of no certification for, in a way, vegetables. So this is just the beginning opening of a sort of a worldwide barter system, it sounds like, where you can trade internally if you're a member of an association. This applies to all associate members or members of the association. You can use the coin. Other people have agreed to accept the coin, and so on and so forth, for whatever services or products they're offering. And they don't have to be certified by the Keshe Foundation. This is just something you're working on, like Ed was talking about creating music, and actually created a small music store today. I don't know what's in it or if he's going to hold classes or what, but again, you could put it up for €1, how to create AI videos in a way. And this would become part of the interchange of the coin.
And it also says order shipped, buyer has been notified, and then they even give you a tracking number. So I put it in and then I told them thank you for enjoying Lindiwe's plasma sweets. It's very interesting. So they're doing a lot of work here.
But you're just going through the motions, aren't you? You haven't physically sent them any sweets.
Well, I don't know unless my soul has created some sweets I didn't know about. We'll see. This is this is a lot of fun. Really, it is.
Because shipping, I don't know how much you charge for those sweets, but I hope you included shipping fees.
Well, it depends, doesn't it, on how you sh yes, I'm sure it would be included. You have to. You can't not. You've got to. And
Any
even
other
gives you the
comments,
date.
questions, or thoughts? This is the city I think will be all centered around in the future, as I said, for wellness, for feeding, for
Yeah.
energy requirements, for travel. Those are the four basic. And again, travel across the planet, travel across the universe in sort of the energy dimension, which you're all used to because we call it the dream, even though we're now relabeling it as actual travel and not the illusion, more of the reality, where the matter state is referred to more of as the illusion. Okay, work that one out.
This is so good. I wonder, Mark, if yours is working like this now.
We'll find out as time goes.
Mhm. So it's a TX number, transaction number that you send to them,
Right.
and then it tells you. So it's working, and I cannot wait until I can create those beautiful little things that'll help the school kids. That's my goal. That's my intention.
Okay. Heirloom seeds would be a great thing. You know, if you have some of those heirloom seeds that are original and not GMO type of seed, that would be a great thing to sell, even though they'll be coming
Yes.
out of China quite rapidly and a lot of them in the future. Well, they'll be reversing the GMO back into the state it was before reverse by passing it through a field, but they're in demand, I believe, heirloom seeds.
Yeah.
That could be something. And of course, the shipping would be minimal because the seeds usually are so light that, but you'd still have to pay something to move the seed. But as Ekmar was saying, you know, if you were a masseuse and you were going to offer Thai, a type of a masseuse that they do in Thailand, you certainly wouldn't be traveling to the United States to give a massage. That would obviously not work. So it would only be for a local area, maybe within 5 or 10 miles of your particular location. You would accept the coin for the massage, you would be paid in it, and so on. All tracked, as Gail just said. But both the receiver and the seller would have to accept the coin. And
Yes.
this is how it will start moving. Okay. Shall we go to perhaps the announcements, which we did play the Keshe Coin video. If you go to the YouTube channel under videos, you'll find the 6 coins. You can study them, see that it's a different ethos. So if we go to the workshop and we go somewhere around, yeah, I think this is where I wanted to start, somewhere with the announcements around 52. So this was after they played the Keshe Coin video number 2, which we watched at the beginning of the program. Let's hear some of Mr. Keshe's comments. And actually, I'll bring up the beautiful transcript. Again, AI has helped considerably, immensely in this transcript. I think we're at what, 52? So let's just back it up. And there's so much that's just seems to be breaking out, as he said, this new breakthrough, which I think is, no, it's not part of this. It's later on in the workshop. But let's just, let me just scroll this faster here. Within the phone. Okay, I'm just a little slow with these mechanisms. Okay, so we're going to start right here. It looks like around 51 in the transcript. Thanks again for the beautiful transcript every week. Although Mr. Keshe was in an unstable location. It was rather dodgy, as he likes to say. And so there were a number of interruptions where the connection was broken, had to reconnect, and so on. So if we play the teaching or anything else, just bear with it. There were a number of interruptions in this particular audio disconnects. So we'll hear the announcements.
Hello, are you there, Mr. Keshe? Not able to hear you at this point if you are trying to speak. I don't see the microphone going yet.
Should pop in momentarily.
Still no sound. Okay, he's dropped out, so bear with us a minute or two. Whoops, coming back.
Can you hear me?
Yes, hear you now.
As I said, we have opened the doors up to now.
You dropped out again.
Gee, how did I
past few weeks for trial. From next week, we accept. Can you hear me now?
I hear you now, yes.
Hello.
There's a lag there, but it's okay.
Okay. As I said, they don't like to hear what's come because possibly they know us to join the Keshe Foundation, what we call our work, and register in different structures of the game and associations, and to be able to use the Keshe coin facilities as it's getting released. From next week, you in the store of the Keshe soap at home, your site in your place supports your life. Once we approve you to be inside of the structure of the family of Keshe Foundation, you can use the store. We have put no limits. You can be a plumber, sell your services, and you can be a merchant. You can be anything you like. You can start buying and selling your goods through the Keshe store. This is on the verge of being completed on the stores, hopefully by next week, even though it could be ready today, that we allow the circulation of the Keshe coin to become part of the structure.
And that's why it was impressed on us that everyone needs to have a store of some sort, of some type, that we can start this flow of the coin moving, even if it's virtual, apparently. Is that right, Gail? Because
Yeah, it's if you follow the ethos of plasma and the way it works, if you don't do anything, well, everything will sit because the universe, everything is energy and motion always. And of course, the stronger feeds the weaker, and that keeps everything going. So we actually are creating the whole wonderful, peaceful an environment that we're living in. We're taking part in it.
so with your store, are you actually going to ship the candies, or was this more or less a test?
I think this is a test, yeah.
Just to see if it works and how the structure flows. And did you receive
Yeah.
everything you asked for? In other words, there was an issue with some coin being lost or a part of a coin being lost in its transfer, if they sent you €5 or 5 cc, did you receive 5 cc or was it less?
It doesn't actually tell you. Let me just check something here.
Because you want to be sure before you ship, right?
Everyone, yeah, when I receive it, it says paid. Okay, so it'll say the person's name and then my shop name. And then it says paid. And then it will say paid out. And I did my part, put in the transaction number, and now it says shipped. And I confirmed it, okay? And they show you the transaction number at the bottom to make sure it stays, okay? So now there's only one out of 3. Everything has been done. All is nice and shiny green. It's done. And the last one, it says pending instead of paid. So I have a choice. I can cancel the order, or maybe I can send a note. Although I don't see an actual place, but I see the name. So I'm going to go to Telegram and tell them, if you're testing, this is what I see. And they can see if it's a problem on the game, or is it a problem that the person just didn't pay.
So it doesn't
Maybe
say it doesn't say paid in full anywhere?
It says paid on the right-hand side of the first 3.
Uh-huh.
And then I knew my job is to ship it. And so I followed the things, put in the transaction number, and they can follow the transaction. You know how you buy things from, I forget, any number of the ones that would send to you. You can follow your order and see what's happening to it. So that's what I've done. I've sent them a tracking number and they can track what's happening to their order.
So maybe
those,
I'll order a Rolls Royce from you, Gail, because you're not sure
oh,
you're
yeah.
paid in full. So if I send you €1, you may ship the Rolls Royce.
Except that I don't have a Rolls Royce here on my side.
I was just
So
joking.
the only thing that's different in the 4th one, it says pending. So I know there's a problem. The money has not come through. It doesn't say paid. So
Okay.
it's very interesting. It's set up exactly like a proper, you track the
Yeah,
item that's being sent.
it's easier if
Everything.
you show us, but it's not able to.
I'm sorry, I've lost my internet connection at least 4 times, so
Yes.
I know it's not steady at the moment.
Okay, very good. More of us and more of us will have stores for whatever item, and I'm sure, as he said, the number of items in the Keshe Foundation will go up dramatically, and this will give us the ability to maybe you have something in that's been sitting around or an old painting or something else that you'd like to actually market and accept the coin for it. This will be the way the other system starts to dwindle in a way. And this game.
Well, I can say honestly, this is an enjoyable endeavor. I'm really enjoying myself. I can't wait until I get those sweets done. And I'm thinking that I want to have really, really good plasma water and force into it. And so I might ask the foundation if I can buy their plasma waters to make sure it's perfect, because I think they have very good systems for that.
Oh, you mean to be like certified by the Keshe Foundation as a certified Keshe
Yes,
Foundation product?
yes,
Yes.
exactly.
Hey,
Because then you know it's good.
yeah, submit it and see. It could be for now or it could be for the future.
Exactly. So now I'm sending a note to Ekmar, although he's sleeping, but I'm sending the note so he sees the difference between the two.
Okay. So let's go back here and continue to listen.
We have many retailers, we have many knowledge seekers who make goods, and up to now they haven't had a chance to be able to market it in an international platform of all platforms. You make maglevs, you make whatever. You're a farmer. You sell chewing gum. You make a bike. You can use a cash coin as long as you register in the structure of the Keshe Foundation operation. In a few weeks' time, we open the door into the world of the government. We open the door for governments to be able to accept cash coin in exchange for trading. We are negotiating, and once this is done between 2 or 3 countries, especially African nations, will change a lot of things for them. And we start the process of what we call unification. The limitation, I would like to see it gradually to change, but our team are faster than what we can plan, what we do. And hopefully within the next few weeks, we'll register the first 1 or 2 governments into the structure of the Keshe Foundation coin, if all negotiations goes well. As I was explaining to one of the knowledge seekers before the teaching starts, I have hardly seen bed as bed in past few weeks. It needs to be done, and hopefully with the team we have working relentlessly to make sure everything is correct. Once it goes into open, then the whole world of creation will change. No one needs to borrow to be in the hand of the Jewish lobby that drain the blood of the humanity, and no one needs to be in the hand of the Rothschilds to create war for them to become richer, even they all die with all diseases. As a friend of mine said once, Rothschild family has the most strangest diseases, and they die in a worse way human race can die. And I said to him, Bill, it's the crimes they done, they pay for it. Now, as of next week, bring the fruit of your work. Register with our structure and become part of it and start earning a living out of it. Then you decide how to sell, how to change, how to convert it to your local currencies by buying stock and buying your goods or your services in the cash coin and convert it locally to your currency that you can benefit by to survive as your soul reflects the image of your existence. It will be interesting to see how this takes shapes in the coming months and years, where you don't need to pay anything to get it, you get it, and through it you live to enjoy it, that exists, and how you as knowledge seekers will become part of the structure, that you make things knowing you have already been paid just to be busy you're doing. This is the purpose of why we allocated 30 coins. It's nearly, if you look at it, €2.5 coins a month, €2,500 a month valuation, internal value of what we do when you come part of what you do. Considering engineer with a BSc in Iran earns $500, a worker in China working 26 days a month earns around $800 if he's lucky. An African is happy with $100 and has to work day and night for it. Now you all get about $3,000 roughly if you calculate it a month without doing anything. We pay you to serve humanity. We pay you to change humanity. And let's see how many of you reject having the funds to live and how Russia is trying to find to grab this money out of you. Because the interesting thing is, the more they grab, the more you have. And it'll be interesting to see what governments will bring out as they see the taxes are paid by a coin they never had no say in it, and nobody bought it, and everybody start dealing in it. It'll be interesting for you to know you have food on the table.
So that's why the stores are, think about that store and what could possibly go in there that you could start this flow and get this sort of pump primed in a way, that it starts moving from one to the other and so on.
You're not worried about what are busy to serve humanity the first of the month, and the 2.5 coins is in my pocket, in my account, in cash coin, and I can use it to live. I don't need to lie. I don't need to commit crime, and I don't need to do anything wrong. As I'm comfortable, the only thing left for me is to serve humanity, because I get bored of sleeping and lying down. I find it knowledge to serve. And the beauty of it is that for the first time, if you understand what we've done to you, it will be amazing. As I said many times before, we paid the sweeper and the cleaner and the gatekeeper of our company is the same, and more bonuses than the bosses. And they always complain that we are the boss and we have to be paid more. And I tell them many times, if he doesn't clean, there is no boss, because you have no place to sit except in your own excrements and in your own mess. And we have created values for studying, and we put us 120,000. I need 200,000 to show I am better. Now you're all worth the same. A doctor, ambassador, prince, a doorkeeper, a paralyzed man, invalid, you all get equal recognition. And with it, you can live a perfect life. Knowing that very soon, even many of you, as the Swiss did very recently, refused to accept money per month from their government because they said we don't need the handout, what we call national social security, because it stays as a national asset. The way the technology is developed, none of you need to pay for oil as you travel free through the knowledge. None of you need to pay as such for an apple and food as you receive the energy through your mobile phone and the new ONNs. And none of you needs to pay extortionate prices to travel the span of this planet and the space, as you all can do it through an app and transportation through magnetic fields.
So we can see the major large ramifications of this process in the coming months and years. Nobody needs to pay for oil as you travel free through the knowledge.
We're talking about a few months, a few years, depending which side of the coin things turn up. So if you pay for one apple, let's say 1 cent of €1, you can eat a lot of apples, 100,000 apples a month. Then you understand many of you will not even a fraction of it, and that's why we put there, yeah, so
just a glitch in the audio.
Hello, Mr. Keshe.
rich that nobody can happiness and content. A game, peace. And I thank. Can you hear me? Hello.
It broke up, but we can hear you now. Yeah, it just had a lag there briefly.
As I said, we thank the creator of the game and the thought which has gone into it and the effort which has gone to it and the way it's been set up. As I said, when we come with the souls fully equipped to do what we want to do. And as we've seen many times, the game is the way to bring man to use the technology and the coin to bring all to be equal. The beauty of it is the King of England still receives his 2.5 coin a month, as much as the butler and as much as the man whose streets cleaned by him outside the palace, the same as the man in the jungles of Africa. And I wonder which one will refuse to cash it in. Or which one will save as much as possible not to use it, to give its coin to the others, for them, as they don't need it, to help, to build, to change their humanity. The implication of what is about to come out and has come out is huge. The online systems are out. More is released, will be released this week and next week. And at the same time, as we expand on this, we understand more is needed to be done by us, and more is needed to be done by you. Use the coin. Open your shops. If you're a mother at home and you bake a cake, put it, I'm in this street and this corner house. If you want, I have a cake I baked today. You can take one coin, one part of one coin, and give me a strawberry, a jam jar. And then we both are paid by the coin. We don't need to go and rob each other, and we all have what we need. In a way, if you think of it, cash coin takes us back to the barter world of the humanity, which we've done for centuries and decades. Man carried coins in his pocket. Now man carries the same coin as a cash coin to trade with the rest of the world. And once you pass this universe of man beyond the few hundred meters from the surface of this planet, I wonder how much cash coin you can give to the aliens. It'll be a good joke, because they give you everything free. A man hopefully by then has learned. Join the shop, join the store, put your products, your little handmade toys, little paintings, the products of your shop, link it to your currency and link it to your currency of love, and start using the coin as an exchange rate, and tell others, have you got a cash coin? We have a friend in Keshe Foundation, everybody talks to, says, you want to speak to me? Go to Telegram. That's the only place I talk. And you say, you want to pay me with a coin. That's the only coin I know. And gradually we'll see the change as it comes. You register yourself, now register your shops, your businesses, and the shop is there for the few. It does not matter what you make. And ship it across this universe. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Okay, it's all well planned, well prepared, and we just need to start working with it and put it to the test. Find out where its weaknesses are, and they will improve it. So this is the biggest gift we can give to the future generations to make life less harsh, and hopefully we can enjoy it as well to certain extents. Any comments? Welcome, Ike. I see you've arrived. Are you still in Africa, or are you back in the States? You may not be able to hear me, but we welcome you. All right, so that was the announcements Mr. Keshe made. We're all pretty much familiar with it. We're helping to deliver it, playing the game, starting our stores, and so on. Perhaps we'll listen to the teaching, the summary of the teaching, which is about 10 minutes, created by the Notebook LM and Ed, instructing the AI to sort of summarize the 656 Knowledge Seekers Workshop. So perhaps we'll hear that now. Any comments or thoughts from anyone? I know it's a big buffet sort of put in front of us, but let's just go after it step by step, slowly. It's all not going to happen in one day or 1 week. Many things are moving in the background. The governments are moving, and hopefully we'll see this open up to them. So it's one coin, the same coin for the nationals as it is for the governments, and no one needs to develop any national coins or further cryptocurrencies, although apparently there is a big move in these cryptos and they're still coming out in different shapes and forms. But this coin, as we understand, is backed by the, again, gold manufactured from the out of the fields of the universe, as Mr. Keshe demonstrated in Beijing in 2025, the only coin. But again, it's bringing us back to this sort of barter system. And there's a lot of things we don't know and what's going to be introduced yet, but this is the sort of best opportunity we could be gifted in a way. We just have to pick it up and run with it. Just like if somebody gives you a package for your birthday or Christmas, if you don't open it, you don't know what's inside and what could have been. Instead of waiting months and years down the road just to see what was in that gift. But it's up to you to open it and explore it. Nobody's going to really do it for you unless you ask Gail to help you or someone else. And we all need a bit of help in understanding the concepts and the way this game plays. But this wasn't just something thought out, I don't think, in the recent period. It's probably been on the up the sleeve of Mr. Keshe for more than decades, of finding a way where man can, in a way, teach himself to become peaceful and use technologies through this game. Again, I don't know if they'll explain how to do it, but they'll certainly make technologies available to you to use at this point. As we mature, yes. But you certainly aren't going to give the keys to a Ferrari to a 10-year-old who just had his 10th birthday or something like that, even though he feels he's fully mature enough to drive around in a Ferrari. Probably in the first hour or so, you'd find out much differently. So that's why the technology is, the understanding of it, full understanding of it, is kept within the Keshe Foundation till they're comfortable that we're not going to abuse it, weaponize it, or use it in the wrong way that we may not even know we're using it in the wrong way. So all of that knowledge will stay within the structure of the Keshe Foundation until man matures. As far as making things, I believe, in the matter state, unless you're certified by the foundation, and then you'll be certified to make certain projects. But again, that'll be under a non-disclosure type of agreement. So what you've understood, you won't be able to publicly share it until you're off of that non-disclosure agreement, as I understand. Any other comments? All right, let's go to the AI summary of the 656. And of course, Mr. Keshe answered quite a number of questions or commented on that, especially the history with the King of Belgium, which we can also listen to. But let's see if we can find this evolutionary arc, I think it's called. Yeah, here we were just playing it earlier. Another session. So let's just see. Again, thank you, Ed. A beautiful summary. It's just amazing, as I said, how the AI within seconds or minutes can come up with hundreds of thousands of words to explain and to summarize just within seconds, less than minutes for sure, where I would have a tough time of putting this whole workshop or summarizing it together in just a 10-minute sort of go at it. So thank you, Ed. Please keep them coming. We're spreading them around, and more people are getting touched, I think, by these summaries. And then perhaps they'll go into the larger explanation or the more details Mr. Keshe provides in the actual workshop. Although this one was rather short, only about 30 minutes or so. But again, these knowledges are deep, and we're just hearing much of this for the first time. And as he continues to say every week, I'll explain in the future. He's got a lot of explaining to do, the way I look at it, because every week he's getting ready to explain something in the future. So partially explained now, more details in the future as we mature, I think, and move towards peace. As he said, the more peaceful we become, the more enlightened we become, and the more we'll get out of this entire program. And this is what he said: let's move from the parasites of the universe into that beautiful, transmute into that beautiful butterfly. But that process, even in what we see from the worm to the cocoon, and takes a bit of time even in the matter state. So we're talking a whole civilization transmuting into this beautiful butterfly. Yes, Gail?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, Mark, if you don't have to do it now, but I think it would help the people who are doing the programming if you can try your shop and see what happens when you do the things it asks you. And if anybody else has done the same, then it helps if they can start using it a bit.
Right. I did that before the meeting, and I wasn't, it seems like
Wasn't working. Mine just seems to have started when we were talking about it on the workshop, sorry.
Yeah, I was trying to change the word candle. My store is named Stars, and I was going to put a picture of a plastic candle that I had worked on, or actually got a circuit board working in it. But I spelled the word candle wrong, and I couldn't unspell it and put it in the correct way. I don't know if I have to create a whole new store to do that. But anyway,
No, I don't think so.
I would
And
fix
if you're having that problem, Mark, write it down as you spoke it to me, and then we can make sure that they know. Because they're actually asking right now on Telegram if we can please test.
right.
So because they need the help, okay? Anybody else who's doing the same.
Right. Even if you have something that's been, wanting to put it up on the store, even if you don't sell it, it's just
Yeah,
something, just to get the movement going. Or again, a
it's
bicycle
exciting.
and this way, this barter system will start to move in a much bigger way. But we're all going to need a store of some shape or form, it seems. It would help and contribute. Not everyone needs one, obviously. But we're all going to be doing something, as he said, not just sleeping in the bed. You'll be paid to sort of, in a way, create these gifts to humanity. Okay, so let's listen to the AI's overview, summary of the last workshop, 656.
Welcome to this explainer on Knowledge Seekers Workshop 656. Today, we're unpacking a truly fascinating framework. We are going to look at a highly mechanical, very deliberate presentation of our cosmic evolutionary path. This is a journey that maps out the literal physics of our creation, all the way to the ultimate and necessary transformation of our species as a whole. We'll be exploring the absolute architecture of the soul and the physical reality of exactly how we interact with the universe. I made man in the image of myself. Just take a moment and let the sheer philosophical weight of that statement settle. We're going to examine the literal, physical origins of what this actually means, because as you'll see, it isn't just poetry. It is a precise, calculated description of cosmic mechanics. Here is our roadmap for this explainer. 1. Cosmic field mechanics. 2. The 80-20 energy dynamics. 3. The mirror of the creator. 4. Ethical transformation. 5. The ethos of Mitra. And finally, 6. The universal community. So, kicking things off with Section 1, Cosmic Field Mechanics. Looking at this original teaching transcript from the Keshe Foundation, we find our foundational data. And what's really fascinating here is that it outlines the literal physics of human creation. It completely removes the mystery and replaces it with a tangible, biological supply chain of cosmic energy. Let's methodically step through this biological supply chain together. Step 1. Rays leave the source. Step 2. These rays travel across the vast spans of the universe, eventually becoming part of the galaxies and stars. Step 3. These specific fields of the universe pass over and directly interact with the skin of the man. And finally, Step 4. Through this interaction, these cosmic fields actually convert. They become the lymph, they become the blood. The interaction of these fields literally creates the physical body. We are quite literally constructed by the environment of the universe. Moving right along to Section 2, the 80-20 energy dynamics. 80%. That is the vast majority of our life force. We actually absorb 80% of our required energy directly from the cosmic fields of the universe. Only 20% comes from the physical food we consume. Just think about what that means for a second. Think about your daily routine, your breakfast, your lunch. The overwhelming majority of what actually keeps you alive every single day does not come from your plate. So you might be wondering, what exactly is the purpose of that 20%? Well, we define this as the black hole trap. It's a highly specific mechanical process. You see, when you eat a simple grain of rice or bean, you're essentially sending a tracer. Your body processes that 20% of physical food and converts it into a specific field strength requirement. That requirement then acts as a black hole trap, forcing the universe to feed you the remaining 80% of the higher order cosmic fields directly. By simply consuming a little, you are commanding the universe to provide the rest. Which brings us to Section 3, the mirror of the creator. Let's contrast two very distinct states of being. On one side, we have physicality. This is, in essence, the imprisonment of the body. Your physical shape is merely a manifestation, dictated by the gravitational and magnetic fields and the inertia of this specific planet. But on the other side, we have the soul of the man. This is the free-flowing gaseous energy source. It is the pure plasma that interacts directly with the universe. To really wrap your head around this, think of a circus mirror. If you stand right in the center of a hall of mirrors, the core, which is you, remains completely unchanged. But the mirrors all around you, they're concave, convex, twisted. One makes you look incredibly wide, another makes you look impossibly tall. The environment twists the mirror. The creator is in the center, exactly the same. But the environment of Earth's gravity and magnetic fields dictates that the reflection appears as a physical human body. All creations are a mirror of the creator. They're just twisted by the environment they happen to manifest within. And that takes us into Section 4, Ethical Transformation. The biggest lie a man says is to himself. When a man lies to himself, he tells himself he is somehow not part of the creator. He tells himself he can do whatever he likes to whatever he likes without any consequence. This fundamental denial of our deep, undeniable connection to the Creator, that is the absolute root cause of all worldly violence and killing. So I have to ask you this. Would you eat your Creator? If every living thing, the lamb, the grain of wheat, the pigeon, is simply the soul of the Creator reflecting off a different environmental mirror, then what are we actually consuming? The fields are exactly the same, only the physical manifestation is different. And once you truly realize this, the reality of physical consumption takes on a profoundly different weight. This deep realization leads us to Section 5, the ethos of Mithra. Within this framework, creating life is no longer viewed as just a biological accident. It becomes a strict, highly conscious choice of free will and immense responsibility. For knowledge seekers who possess this understanding, the decision is to strictly raise children of Mitra, individuals who inherently understand the deep essence and mechanics of creation, ensuring they do not repeat the violent, consuming cycles of the past. Because you see, existence is a circle. It's not a straight line. The journey of the soul actually twists back upon itself. By consciously detaching from the physical field effects of this planet, you return the fields of the Creator back to the source. You are no longer a slave to this planet's inertia. You become a true, unhindered reflection of the Creator's light. Finally, we arrive at our destination in Section 6, the universal community. This brings us to a very concrete biological forecast for humanity's future, the traits of the man of space. We are looking at a literal evolution to a being with no mouth to eat or talk, no hand to kill, no nose to even breathe the air. This represents a future biological state that has completely adapted to absorb all necessary energy directly from the free fields of the universe. It survives strictly through universal interaction, entirely devoid of the need to destroy. Its existence relies purely, 100%, on giving. Now, obviously, to bridge the massive gap to this state, mankind requires a systematic transition. And the plasma technology and the teachings introduced by the Keshe Foundation are designed precisely for this purpose. They are built to systematically walk mankind away from physical hunger, away from desire, and away from the desperate need to consume physical life. Step by step, it's a technological, structural, and spiritual transition. Which leaves us with one final, incredibly important consideration. You now know that the image in the mirror is simply your soul reflecting the fields of the Creator. So, ask yourself, will you remain a parasite of the creation, or will you transform into a beautiful butterfly? The path you take is entirely your decision.
Okay, very good. The path you take is completely your decision. Do you want to keep up the parasitic ethos, or do you want to gain all access by becoming more peaceful in our thinking, speaking, and acting? But without the mouth, you won't be speaking too many bad things. And as he said, if you don't talk wrong, then you don't think wrong and you don't do wrong. So maybe this is part of our elevation when we decide to lose the mouth, let's say, and not chew the energy, but rather absorb it. It seems rather far-fetched, but over probably the course of the next century, we will see the physicality of man change a tremendous amount. I think that was what was mentioned in Lisa's video, A New Tomorrow. The physicality will change, but we're gaining access to a whole new dimension of understanding and interaction with other beings who operate in the same sort of playing field. And this will be a beautiful interaction. So completely up to you which way you'd like to go. Any thoughts or comments? We do have an hour video from Alex. Maybe we should do the Domo piece, although Dean's interaction with Mr. Keshe was very good. Maybe we'll play that for about 15 minutes. It was about 30 minutes. I think we're going to go to somewhere around 2:34, and we'll hear Dean and Mr. Keshe interact for a bit of time here. And again, many interesting thoughts were voiced by Dean and addressed by Mr. Keshe. So let's see if we can.
Would you take a
Oh,
question?
he's still alive. Good.
This will be the last question of the workshop, but Dean asks multiple questions. Mr. Keshe goes into it in some more detail. Here we go.
Hi, Dan.
Go ahead, Dean.
Thank you, Rick. Good afternoon, Mr. Keshe.
Are you okay?
Good morning, Mr. Keshe. Good morning.
Hi.
Mr. Keshe, you've brought up so many incredible topics again today. You reached back into the knowledge of the foundation. You've taken us to the pinnacle of creation. What more is there? One thing I would say,
We haven't even started yet.
I know. I've interacted with you guys and the foundation and the souls, all these beautiful souls.
So as Mr. Keshe said, we haven't even gotten started yet, or in other instances where he says we've hardly scratched the surface, and we're going into all sort of new understanding in the teaching. So we're just, again, the early comers, early sort of people that are starting to understand. Go ahead, Gail.
Level 2 is called Pioneer.
Okay.
We're the beginning.
Right. And we're just exploring. And this is very similar to the journey of the birds, or whatever that was, that sort of poetry written. How they're all sort of talking, and that's just like the knowledge seekers. This is a new sort of path we've been on. And it's very convincing that if the energy comes from the universe and has created us, then we must be from energy and not so much from the egg and the sperm. That's really the afterthought. But it's all started in the energy dimension, which, again, we haven't been familiar with. This is what we're saying in the foundation, is we're opening up this mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energy dimension. So it's quite detailed and it's quite complicated in a way, but at the same time, very simple. I guess if you understand it, and I'm still understanding only a very small percentage of it, but it's growing. And this is a good sign. And becoming more peaceful in my words and my thoughts and my actions is also a good sign, in a way, confirming you're moving in that direction, slowly, gradually, but moving that way, rather than further away from the Creator.
And one thing I've come to realize, you do see the future. You know what's going to happen before it happens. And I've witnessed this and been part of this for quite some time now, and I know it's so. So what's going to happen to the position on this planet if the governments, if the world leaders, if the people, if the souls do not interact in the correct manner? What is the destiny of humanity and all the creatures that are present here? We know that eventually that we're going to go into the sun, and the matter state changes, but what about the condition before that? The generational conditions that are going to create wealth within and beauty for humanity and all the created creatures. Where's that going to be, Mr. Keshe, if we don't do it?
Energies of the creator are nomads of the universe. So they don't live on Earth, the energy is created somewhere else. And the future of humanity sits with how humanity understands the cycle of creation and how it moves before it's moved. And at the end of it, we all become energies, what we call the soul. But do we get evicted by force, or we travel by will? That's the two differences. Not only us, but our future generation. What comes as part of us?
What should it be, Mr. Keshe? Really? What is the definition of it?
Short term, man will go through a cycle of peace. Man will come to the point of maturity to accept peace. Long term, those who leave this planet will find peace in the universe. Those who decide to stay here, they last a few thousand years and they go back again to the ground. The inventions of the man today will be scars on the face of this planet. Be it the refineries, be it the ships, be it the gun, the schools, and everything else we create. And future generations in thousands of years again, they'll find these and say, oh, there was a civilization. We are a family of people, what I call the three generation. The father makes, the child tries to hold on to, and the grandchild destroys everything the two made and hold on to. We are going through that cycle of making rich in knowledge. And then many of us will leave this planet. Many of us. Those few who are left behind will go through the cycle of destroying themselves because they cannot reach, they cannot understand how to survive. And then we go back to the no man land. And then becomes a story of pyramids. Some finds what we built, what is left, and then say, oh, man had a knowledge. What did they do? Well, the aliens. We become aliens of our own great children because they go through the third cycle. And this is not the first time it has happened on this planet. That won't be the last time.
Is this what you were referring to, Gail, about going through this peace and then accepting
Yes.
peace? And then the ones who remain on this planet apparently will go through the cycle of destroying themselves because they cannot.
And is it, but he also asked some of us would, so that must be before the people start to leave.
Again, I'm not.
Otherwise, there wouldn't be anybody to teach.
Right. So, yeah, if you can leave the planet, you can find peace in the universe. Those left behind will go through a different cycle, apparently. But he did say there will be people needed to be here to sort of take care of people, okay? But many.
I also thought, though, people at the moment are not ready to leave. They wouldn't understand. So that's what needs to be taught. And then the choice is made, I think, but I guess we'll see. We'll listen a little bit more and make sure we understand it.
Yeah, let's go back and forth a few times and then we can decide
Yeah, exactly.
which sort of way we'd like to live. But even in the universe, he said, after a while, you'd be longing for the physicality to touch something physical and so on. So again, it's the energy into matter and from the matter back to energy. And apparently we can do this without having to go through the cycle of death.
Yeah,
If
that's what I'm thinking.
we learn how to play, which we're just learning.
We're
And
still
the whole
crawling. We haven't
structure
learned how to
is
stand.
Say again?
No, I'm saying we're still babies crawling. We haven't learned how to
Right,
stand.
right. Or the alphabet as well. We're just learning the alphabet. We haven't even formed words yet. Although, as he said, and he concludes, once one man achieves it on this planet, the rest will follow rather rapidly.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a point that it's going someone somewhere or a group are going to tip it, and the rest will start to say, this is the better way, this is the path, and we'll start to move. We are moving now, without a doubt.
to
Yeah,
next cycle,
we've learned a
maybe
lot.
thousands of years from now, or when a man leaves this planet, stops that self-destruction of the others. If our generations in 1,000 years to come will not kill and understand how to live all together the way it's supposed to be, then we find them land of honey and milk.
And there's that reference to 1,000 year scale you were looking for.
Mm-hmm,
If
mm-hmm.
our generation in 1,000 years to come will not kill and understand how to live all together the way it's supposed to be, then we find a land of milk and honey.
Mm.
So he did mention 1,000 years, but it was in relation, if we get to that point in 1,000 years to come, will not kill. So again, it's a process that we're going to go through, and we're going through. And apparently this is what's been slated for this planet and humanity. As he said, we have a lot to give without taking anything once we've learned this.
Otherwise, they go through the same cycle. Chinese, I think, have found steel pipes deep in the grounds from 11,000 years ago. So man had the knowledge to make pipes. Man had knowledge to make machinery much better than today's quantum systems. We have them even in different shape or forms. We have discovered them. But it's a cycle. We are now reaching that father who works hard and become rich, waiting for our children and grandchildren in thousands of years to destroy everything and start again. But this time we're trying to ingrain it in the soul of the man that the killing part doesn't come, doesn't matter where man resides.
And this is what Mr. Keshe stressed, that even if we give you the advanced technology, in other words, travel from New York to Beijing in 5 minutes, or feed yourself without eating, or a power plant the size of an atom, in 1 or 2 generations, without the elevation of the soul of the man to become peaceful in a way, we'll be right back to the same thing. So they're not trying to keep that cycle going. They're trying to end that cycle by the elevation of the soul of the man. We're trying to ingrain it in the soul of the man that the killing part doesn't come. Doesn't matter where man resides. So this is, so even with the advanced technology, 1 generation, 2, we're right back at, for whatever reason, we're right back at this greed and wanting to take from the others, it seems to me. So the technology alone won't do it. but the elevation of the soul will keep it.
Mr. Keshe, the killing part. So that's the bit where I think humanity, so they understand not to use weapons to kill and things, but when it comes to consuming, eating, humanity, this learning curve is steep for humanity, and find this a difficult one to overcome.
It's not. It's just that we got a habit to put something in our mouth. If you shut that hole, a lot of it will change.
Yeah, but many people find that a very difficult, I personally find that a very difficult thing to overcome.
It is not difficult. It is not difficult. It's just getting used to it. You offer, it's a very strange, you offer an Italian girl from north of Italy a drop of water between breakfast and lunch. It's like you're giving them a knife to kill them. Because they lose the shape and then they want to eat something. You offer them food from lunchtime to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It's just to give them a poison. They want to keep the shape, you know, that Italian body. And they go through the torture of it. And they got used to it. Even though when you look at their face, it's all tortured face. You lived in Italy, you know. I lived there 6 years. I've analyzed their faces, how they do. You go to south of Italy, they're all fat and happy because all the fruit comes from the south, all fresh. The human, to, in a way, you call it fasting or to eat much, reduce eating is normal. At the beginning, it's very difficult, but once you get used to it, it's as normal as ABC. I used to eat breakfast and lunch and dinner and all made up to be, you have to have 3 courses. Nowadays, 1 course sometimes goes over 30 hours. Don't feel it. Unless I get a headache, I do. And I never thought you can do this. I'm sure if we train, we can extend. Once a week, then once a month, because then we rely on the energy from outside. The only good thing had for me, I had to, lose a lot of weight. But it gets to the point that you can't lose anymore. That's a minimum you stick to. But you can. You can. I've done this for nearly 2 years now, 2 years. You can do it.
I've done it, Mr. Keshe. I know what you speak about because I've gone through those. One moment, the emotions overtake, and you eat different things and consume it, and it's the emotion. As soon as you balance that out, then you're starting to receive the other energies, and from the foundation, from the other souls that are present, from the technology. I know it works. I've felt it many times both ways, and it is linked 100% to the emotion.
Yeah, but you have to control. You have to control that emotion.
Yeah, this is the difficult thing.
You have to control. Yeah, not to control. You have to understand. Once you understand something, you don't need to work for it. This is the hardest part. I always say to my children, if you understand, you don't need to remember.
Do we understand yet, Mr. Keshe?
A lot of us do.
Sometimes I understand it and I really understand it. Then another time it's sort of, I don't know, you get this, the solar physicality.
Can I tell you what's wrong with you?
Oh, please, let the world know, please.
You're a human.
Exactly. Yeah.
You're a human. Yeah. This is all it goes back to. You're a human.
Yeah.
There's no much you can do.
That's why I have this. That's why it's difficult to let go, Mr. Keshe, because I know the soul, when the soul was present, I had this amazing experiences. It was quite unbelievable. And it still is. I still get them. But I know the soul has moved to another position, and the soul of physicality is very rooted. How do you get through this with humanity? Because it's such a big learning curve that you're trying to bring forward. It's so huge.
It's huge for you, but it's actually, you know, when you had a class of 100, it's very easy to handle the 10.
Mm-hmm.
Earth is one of the smallest planets in the universe, which carries life.
Yeah, that's what we forget. That's the part that we forget.
And
That
the
you're
other
dealing with
part
something much
is,
bigger.
I've been the teacher of the 100 class.
Mm-hmm.
So this is not much difficult. Just these Teslas are a little bit disobedient. That's all. You'll get to it. We understand how. Slowly.
Yeah, it is slowly.
I
Yeah.
hope everything's okay with you. Have you sorted out your problems?
Yeah, it's ongoing. It's the all the
As
things that
usual.
happen.
You're a
But
human. Put it that way.
I'm a human. I have to go through. Yeah, you really do. Yeah, absolutely. But the dates, Mr. Kess, that you mentioned, that 666 and everything,
I
and the
haven't
way that's
mentioned
fallen
anything.
into
I
position.
have not mentioned anything. It's just there. It's in the holy books, and I said coincidence is 666.
Yeah,
Actually,
but
in the holy book, 666 is mentioned, connected in some holy books with that date.
yeah, but the connection is that, I mean, you said about my name and the religion and stuff, and I never knew about any of this. And where do I come into this position? With, I didn't ask for this in physicality, but my soul has brought me into this. Before how I was with the foundation, I had a very normal life, I suppose, not so normal, but normal, and certain interactions. Now it's very complicated sometimes, very difficult, and very
You
difficult.
know why?
Before Mr. Keshe explains why, anyone want to explain about the holy books and 666? What Mr. Keshe had mentioned about that? And he said he didn't mention anything, but he thought it was an interesting coincidence that the time of the apparently announcement of a Messiah is right around the time we're at 656 workshops. So in 10 more workshops in 10 weeks, this is about the time, and it'll land around the 666 workshop of when the Mehdi will be announced, or the Messiah. And apparently there's two competing factions at this time, one in Israel and one in Iran, that they both want to announce a Mehdi, or a Messiah, returning. And if that doesn't happen, apparently one is out of business in a way. I don't understand it fully, but that's what he was mentioning about the 666. Anyone else? It's just that the teachings fall very coincidentally at the time of, what they call the announcement of the Messiah, written in the holy books by the ones who are actually bringing it forward. Again, these holy books have been written, rewritten, and tampered with. Most of them have, or all of them have. Although there is some parts that Mr. Keshe does use, as you say, I made the man in the image of myself.
Because you're tested between the two worlds.
Absolutely. It's
That
so
is the
unbelievable.
part.
Mm-hmm.
That is a part. And if it stays with you 25 years and you have a child, it becomes ingrained in the next generation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see the children of Mitra in 20 years, once man learns how to create.
That's the next thing, Mr. Kesh. So that goes back into theology and the human body, and all the desires that the humans have, and all these things that link us and ground us. It's a very difficult, unless you touch the soul and the soul comes back and really elevates you. It's such an area of space gap, of quantum jumping, leaping to a position that it's going to be a long drawn out process, or in an instant. If
It's been going on for billions of years. Don't get excited on the few years is nothing. Somebody put a black screen, Rick. Everything has disappeared.
Oops.
So again, we're quite impatient. As he said, it's been going on for billions of years. Don't get excited. Only a few years is nothing. even though we're quite impatient and want to see things happen yesterday, this is not the way it's working out. But we're privileged and humbled to be here, even to contemplate we don't fully know what we're even fully involved with here, and the ramifications it's going to bring to this planet. Amazing, one of the smallest planets with life in the universe on it, but yet at the same time, one of the most stubborn groups. But he said, no problem. They're well trained, well seasoned for this sort of operation.
Yeah. At least in the Zoom section, we just see Mr. Zoom there. Yeah, you see, it's the cycle of life. We have accepted a lot of nonsense, and half of the problem is to cleaning up the nonsense. That's half of the problem. And the other half is accepting the totality and not just the nonsense you thought. Once the humans start accepting both sides of the dimension of the creation, energy and matter state, then 90% of the problems are solved.
How so, Mr. Keshe?
It is education. There is a pattern in the cycle of life of them, and let me explain this in a different way. We know every single billionaire in America, or most of the very rich ones. America has 1,000 billionaires, or some 1,000 a few. And a lot of them are there. China have 1,120, I think, today, or something in that region. China has more billionaires than America. We hardly know any of them. And those who became very famous because of their wealth have disappeared. In America, you're still to become rich to be famous. In China, when you become rich, you hide.
Why so, Mr. Keshe? Why do they hide?
They don't hide because I live my wealth, but I don't need to show it to no one. Because most of these billionaires, you see, their parents were villagers in the villages of east or north of China. They came from nothing. And that attitude in life brings them that way. And this is why Chinese don't know how to handle wealth. You cannot find Chinese. The way we handle wealth in Europe is unheard with the Chinese. And they are trying to bring them to Americanize them, but it doesn't work. It's not in their nature. I have a very bad habit, which I put things on the table. Because to me, if there's something wrong, if you're stupid, you're stupid. So I tell you, you behave stupid. If you steal, I tell you, you're stolen. Why? In Chinese culture, you can't do that. You cannot humiliate no one because they consider themselves so humble that you don't need to destroy. You understand?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And in the West, we don't have this mentality, and it's very hard to understand. I was one of the meetings with our staff of the Keshe University. I told them, "You don't understand our work. Just resign, walk out." And to them, it's a shock. Nobody has told them this. They don't understand, literally don't understand the culture which we have in the West. Openness, we can talk. Here is always fear. In China, is always fear of doing something wrong that you get punished for it, because they've all been punished by the emperors, they've been punished by the ruling party. They've been punished. So in Europe, in America, we do things, and if it goes wrong, we go bankrupt. We start another company. Here, are afraid even of the mistakes the other they made, that they might be connected to them. The fear in this in Chinese nation is so deep. So deep, it's unbelievable.
That's not a good thing, though, Mr. Keshe. Fear of that creates the wrong field, surely.
They can't live without it. They've been ingrained into it. They cannot do. You cannot take this out of the blood of Chinese. Impossibility. And straightforwardness, the way we talk in the West, oh ho ho ho, oh ho ho. I create enemies more than I make friends usually in China, because of the way we speak. No fear. We understand in what we say we stand for. Chinese don't. You sit with me in some of the meetings of the Keshe Foundation with the Chinese, especially those who just joined us in different parts. Excuse me. I see them. I see the fear in their eyes when I speak to them, which is stupid. They shake. They don't know how to handle the openness, the straight.
And I experienced that, just to add a little caveat. When I was in China, we were waiting to board an airline, and the lady was with her husband. She spoke very good English. She was Chinese or whatever. And we were conversing just about general things, the weather, the airport, whatever, the line, the flight, where we were going. And at some point, she just looked at me and she said, "I cannot talk to you any further. I do not want to be observed speaking with foreigners." So the whole conversation ended. We stood in the line together, but we had no words exchanged. So massive amount of fear, even with the others and so on. As he said, even the others doing wrong, you might be connected to them. So there's a massive amount of fear, and with a lot of fear, you become very easily manipulated. But as Mr. Keshe said, we sort of talk openly. But I experienced that directly. I didn't know if she was trying to tell me don't talk to others or whatever, but just cut off the conversation. We stood there in line for probably another 20 or 30 minutes, not speaking at all. So I experienced that directly. Now, again, whether that was someone who just did that or was told to do that, I don't know. But certainly was expressed.
You sit in the board. I've sat in many board meetings and many meetings with Europeans and Americans and the rest over years. Everybody has an opinion. They have an opinion to speak. In China, only the top guy speaks. The others don't. Very, very seldom he gets subordinates to put question across. Because if it bothers the boss, it shows they're a little bit clever than the boss, then has consequences. Speaking open in China has a punishment at any level. Boardroom, factory floor, and I'm trying to change this. They try to put their foot in, but they don't put their foot out. It's the way we were born. So it's very easy to understand human culture and how we came, how we've been brought up.
Mr. Keshe, so what you explained there, so we have the West and we have all these things and the wars and all that have happened and all the infrastructure that's been built around creating mayhem for control systems. But then we're getting this new condition being built where you have these big countries that are now establishing a new wealth connection, and they're building massive systems and becoming very powerful again. And then you mention what you've just mentioned, it's the same thing again. So it always leads back to the same position of the totality of how you can actually establish a peaceful connection that's not in fear, that's not in a divisional position. It always leads back to the soul and the creation point of the ethos of the foundation. and it just goes round and round in circles, it seems.
Let's see if we can change it. Let's see if the thing is, when you need to watch what you say, what you do, because it affects what you get, how your life will be, is different than I have enough to live, nobody can touch me, and I do for what pleases me to please others. And this is going to be the future of humanity. I put this one to our lawyers very recently. I said, we have a dilemma. Our dilemma is, in Keshe Foundation, Chinese operation, wages are more or less in its district controlled in a way, hidden or more straightforward or whatever, according to which city you live and how much is the expense of that city and a lot of other things. So let's say €1,000 is average for a man, and that's a very good wage in part of China. Don't forget the poverty line sits on about $2.5, what do you call it, about $40, $50, something in that region. No, it's more. It's 15,000, it's about €200, something in that region. Now in Keshe Foundation, we have put to our lawyers, international lawyers, we want to give 2.5 coins a month, €2,500 per month, those who work for us in the Keshe Foundation as part of the structure, like everybody else does. The question is, who will turn up for work when they can cash the 2.5? Anybody will run out of operation. They get 4 times more from us not to work than to work. Sorry, 2.5 times. Then it comes to the governments. Governments make money out of what you do. You put your labor in, you make money, you pay part of it to the government. Government is going to produce the roads, the schools, and the rest of it. So we say, okay, in the life of a man in China, he earns 12,000 a year. He works from 20 to 60, 40 years. So the return of a man's life is $400. 400, what do you call it? 12,000 by 40, $480,000 in his life. $500,000 is a worth man gets capital produced. Now, we are giving the government, let's say, taxes this guy on 10% or 15% of what he earns. So the government gets 48,000 on the life of the man at 1,000, something in that region. Now we are paying 100,000 to the government for the same life in 10 years and waiting 40 years. That's what the government gets. Now, the question is, would the man will turn up for the work? Now that he can get 2.5 times more than what he does the work, he has to work 7 days a week, 8 days a week, I call it. And the government gets money without actually anyone working, because you breed, they get the money already. Then it comes to the point that would the human race move from what we call slavery of money to live to the luxury of living because I don't need. Would we see the mayhem of people on the streets shopping with their 2,500 coins or 2,500 RMB or euro per month, which is about 20,000 RMB? Or would we see people I work anyway, it doesn't matter because I have that money, if the company pays me or not, the working for the companies becomes irrelevant. because one nation policy pays for you to live. It's no good pushing the price of the potatoes and the tomatoes very high because everybody has a higher earning, because now we transfer energy down the telephone lines, you get it for 1 cent. Does it take the incentive out of the man to expand in knowledge, or being free, man becomes more creative, understand more about himself, and becomes free? Second option is more possible.
That's what I was thinking as well. You wouldn't have to work, but sooner or later you'll probably get bored, and then you'll gravitate to something you really wanted to do, but you've already been paid. So you really don't need the pay because you have the money, but you still want to do that service. Maybe it's a pet adoption or other things that you wanted to do, farming or something, and you'll gravitate and you'll do it for the love of doing it, not because someone is paying you. You can stay as long as you want, or you can leave when you want. I think this will be great. You know, you had a desire to clean the streets. You've never cleaned the streets. You're tired of seeing them dirty and messy. Maybe you'll pick up trash on the street. No one has to pay you to do it. It's just something you wanted to do. And most people are pushed into something that pays them rather than something that they're happy with doing. And this doesn't make a happy work environment, but because they need the funds to survive, they do the things that they're not really happy doing, or the type of work, even though it may not be wrong work, it's just nothing that's truly satisfying. So this will give people the ability to gravitate towards whatever they'd like to do.
Oh,
Yes, I thought I heard something. Gail, your microphone.
sorry, Mark. I was going to say something about there is a CTTC, which is connect to the creator. But I was going to wait, okay, till later.
Okay. Do you want to share it now? You can share it now or share it later.
Later. Thanks.
Okay, we'll see if we can finish this up, even though it's going to put us a little longer. Alex has about a 60-minute video. And I see someone put in, yes, fear is, yeah, this is the way husbands control their wives and their families in the same way. But again, when you have such a huge, huge population, it's not easy to control them or get them sort of corralled in a way. And maybe this will provide the freedom. You can see the dilemma that Mr. Keshe and the government, remember what he said in Ghana, where he said we need to keep the people, where the minister said, you're paying these engineers more than we're making as an ambassador or minister of the government. We need to keep the people poor so we can control them. So this is the dilemma that China probably figures they won't be able to control their population once they have some of these coins in their possession in a way. But I think over time, people will gravitate to what they want to do and probably do a better job than the ones that are there who are not happy doing that job, or maybe do not a full job because they're not happy and they wish they were somewhere else doing something else. Now they'll have the ability to do that. And I think we'll get better quality of inputs from people because they're doing exactly what they wanted to do, not needing to be paid for it because they've already been paid through the coin. If we can sort of conceptualize this over the longer term.
Mr. Keshe, sorry to stop you. I just realized that your, as I said before, your chess game, your knowledge is so incredible that you're moving ahead. And so when one, it only takes one of each, a plumber, whatever, electrician, whatever you want to say, a bank or whatever, it takes one to commit their soul to do this, then it opens up to all. So to make this economy, this new ONN units and the Keshe coin and all function, it just takes one from each to come forward, and then it, as I said, it's opened up. And that sort of realization makes me realize how this will operate and function and really will create this new dimension of wealth within for the whole of humanity and all the creatures.
Sorry,
It takes a little while to understand.
Dean, I just lost you when you said it takes one.
So it takes one. So when it takes
I lost you.
one plumber, one banker, one electrician, one tailor, whatever it is, that one creates for the whole of humanity by committing their soul, by committing their essence. The plasma opens up, and that creation point from the creator, the position that you've come to the planet to help, you can then open this up. And I now understand how this formation of the one planet, one nation, one race will work. We always thought, how are you going to put it all together? But you are such a master chess player, and repositioned everything that I'm starting to see the connecting the dots, the picture, and how it can actually manifest and how it can bypass all the current systems. And I can now see why the governments and all the others are very worried, because they can see, they know these things that you've created, and it's a master plan. It takes a while for it to sink in, for it to actually, for the realization of what you've done. Thank you, really, thank you.
You're welcome. We played this chess game many times. Put it that way. The more you play, the better you get.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Thank you so much for taking my question.
Thank you for today. We call it a day. We've been here long enough.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Keshe.
See you next time. And look at that number of 666. See if it happens that way. Because the other date we changed. We were hours from disaster a few weeks ago, and it was diverted. And some of the world leaders were witness to it. And hopefully next time we'll see what happened with the 666. But I'll play this game for the time being. Thank you very much for today, and see you next week. I hope with less interruptions.
Okay, thank you, Dean. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. I think we should go to the Dome of Peace, but any comments anyone would like to make? You can see it's a much, much bigger and longer process. It's not like putting the cake in the oven and it comes out in 45 minutes, the meal is ready. This is a much, much longer term process that we're involved in. But it's happening slowly, step by step. All right, let's go to Create the Dome of Peace, which is one of the projects around the Keshe Foundation. You can join the game, the association, participate in this elevation of the souls. You can even join the Brazilian for the daily intentions. Every Sunday we release GANS waters. It's kind of a Trinity type of system, a Twinity. Two system where one is for using the physicality, the other is using the power of the collective power of the souls to bring about peace, permanent peace on this planet. If you're not sure how to make a GANS waters, you can go on the Keshe Foundation wiki. We've put some offerings in there from different papers and the One Nation Planet and so on. But you can see the links here for the Brazilian team, and there's many different locations and much information there. Easy learning, they have something like that. You can change the language into a number of different languages in their website. So these are the links. If someone's Portuguese or Brazil, they're interested in peace, have them join. This is actually a meeting that goes on every day. On Wednesdays at 6 p.m. The rest of the week it's at 1 a.m. It's a 30-minute session. Join and participate in opening up this mystery of the energy dimension, which you can do. And of course, let's just bring our invitation up here. You're all invited at 9 p.m. every day to take a nanosecond of your life or longer, whatever you'd like to, and start to explore making connections and giving to world leaders, religious leaders, even giving to other things, maybe your own pet, your own child, your neighbor, and so on, and start working in this what so far we see as a waste of time in a way, because we think we have to physically get involved with something to make a change. But we're learning that way is very hard and takes a lot of energy. Working the other way through the energy dimension, through the plasma, is easy, and it doesn't take a lot of physical work. So every day, until we reach a permanent peaceful condition on this planet, we will give and to the elevation of the souls of leaders and the souls of the totality of the Keshe Foundation, religious leaders as well, creating peace in everything that exists. Beauty of this test, nobody fails it. So we all have certain fields that are needed, and combination of those fields makes a huge spectrum, and we're stronger as a collective. So wakening up the collective to bring the change through the energy dimension to see it eventually fully manifest in the matter state. But that may be step by step as well. But we need to continue this process. This process will continue until that position of permanent peaceful interactions on this planet for all creatures exist. And then we can start to go out into the universal community and export this across the universe, as I understand it at this point. All right, let's hear our two clips, one from Stefania about releasing the GANS waters, and then the next one from Twitter. Thank you both.
I don't know if anyone want to read this demo piece. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, so simple thing is making a GANS. Gas is a nanosolid, taking the third of the water on the top from the top down, let the GANS settle to the bottom, and releasing that water or a combination of those waters. Could be CO2 and zinc or whatever you'd like. You can release any sort of GANS waters. As Mr. Keshe said, we're going to be connecting to all the GANSes very shortly, probably through this cosmic ray antennas or something. I was thinking maybe if you've been spraying it around your home or your building or something, you may see it sort of glowing in the future. Probably not, but that was just my sort of phosphorescence in a way of when we look out in the ocean and we see some lights, it's actually an algae bloom of some type that is able to phosphoresce, but it gives a very interesting look. Perhaps this what will happen to some of the GANSes, because you cannot take all the GANSes out of the water, out of the fields, out of the water. You're just letting the material settle, but the fields are still in the water. Releasing the GANS, it knows where to go, it knows what to do, and it's trying to bring balance. And I think these waters have obviously channeled all over the planet. They will then now become perhaps super productive in a way, in a very beautiful way, to even bring more balance and more peace across this planet as just one of the things you're doing. So you become instrumental in this part. So that's the first step. Something for your physicality to do. You can release the waters down the drain, put it in your car windshield washer, carry a spray bottle with you, and so on and so forth. And release it anytime you'd like. It knows where to go, it knows what to do, and the idea is to bring a balance. And whatever you release will be, I think, even further energized perhaps in the future. As he said, we're going to connect with all your GANSes that you've made. Don't throw them away, hang on to them. So that's first step of Dome of Peace. We'll go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, which is using the collective power of the souls. We'll demonstrate that for a minute. And here we go. Thank you, Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Keshe.
Okay, thank you again, Shweta. And let's just demonstrate this process. It's, again, a bit awkward if you're not used to it and wondering, why am I giving? What am I giving? How am I giving? And so on. But we understand we have this main connection through the creator. And let's just see if we can play this. Yeah, you're wondering how can I participate in this? Why should I be elevating souls of people who are giving me a hard time or making conditions harsh in my country or making rules and regulations that I don't agree with? But isn't it the same as what the universal community is welcoming us in, even though we've been the parasites of the universe? So again, rather than wishing demise on the world leaders, let's wish for the elevation of their soul, as they can become quite an asset to the overall process of creation. So rather bring their demise, let's elevate them, that the soul picks up some of the fields we're providing and changes a dimension within the dimension of physicality. They become enlightened and become more balanced and become more peaceful and so on. So we're not bringing about their demise, we're bringing about their elevation. And of course, in this process, you also become elevated through the feedback loop. There's no giving without receiving. So let's just demonstrate this for a simple 1 minute. You can apply it at any time, but as I say, the time where we're operating collectively is at 9 p.m. Central European Summertime. So take 1 nanosecond, take 1 minute, apply it as often, as early as you like, and keep this system pulsing. The same way your heart is pulsing and sending signals to the soul. We collectively, every day and throughout the day, are using that same pulse, but directing it towards the soul of the world leaders and religious leaders. Okay. So let us go back to where we were. See if we have this ready to go. Okay, let me bring that here. And let's just start this for 60 seconds. Again, everyone is successful in this test. So however you form it and try to give it, it's the way that it pleases you and you're successful in doing it. It's the idea of giving, which we've been so conditioned to taking or giving only when I get something, I can take something. This is unconditional giving, and this is part of what the game teaches, I think, as well. So let's elevate the souls of world leaders. Take a minute, join us every day in this process. Much more effective than working through your physicality and try to bring the change. And here we go. Okay, thank you all. Again, you're successful without trying too hard. And maybe many of you are saying, yeah, but what did I do? Again, you're working through that main connection, which is the soul of the creator, which all created beings, whether they have physicality or they don't, have a soul. And this is how we interact and will interact more and more in the future. It won't be through the words, as we're going to be losing the mouth in the future. But of course, that mouth gets us in quite a lot of trouble. I don't know if we'll lose the tongue as well, but maybe. So that's the process. It continues. Participate in it as you choose. Make a beautiful bouquet together with the fields and just send them unconditionally. And you'll find that this works in a number of areas in your life and will work through the universe as well as you start to interact with someone that doesn't speak words or doesn't take breaths and so on. So that's the idea of creating the dome of peace in a way. And as we understand, the ONN networks, the coins, the GAMP, all these things are all part of the same process. But reaching a permanent peaceful position on this planet is not the end all. It's just the next step to get to the next step, which is a more broader interaction of the universal community, if I'm understanding it correctly. Okay. And now I think we're ready for Alex's presentation. It's about an hour, so this is going to take us, it's called Intercellular, and this is the latest that Alex has shared with us. We appreciate it, and we will play it here. And this will take us, I think it's about 59 minutes. Any comments before we go to this? Once this is finished, there'll be an opportunity to ask any questions. Alex is not here. He's waiting for internet connection. And we'll then play the final disclaimer and the meeting will come to an end. But any thoughts so far anyone would like to share? Thank you, Gail, for all your sharing today. So let's hear Alex's presentation. Make sure I'm sharing the screen properly.
And welcome, everybody. This is the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting of 2026. And we are very happy to be here and make our presentation as best as we can with our limited knowledge. But we are moving forward. So let's get down to business here. And here we go.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
This is the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting of 2026. And we are following in the wake of the 656th Knowledge Seekers Workshop and the powerful work of the Brazilian community. And here we are in North America trying to do our share. So let's get into business here. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, Teachings on Plasma Science. We're discussing advanced matter tech. Subject today is intercellular. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It's August the 23rd of 2026, and this continues to be part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So welcome everybody as we're trying to add to all the pieces together to advance our knowledge, but we can't leave anybody behind. And we've been trying to do this for many, many years. But at the same time, we have to keep moving forward. So in this series, we discussed melanin, myelin, and today we're going to discuss intercellular. And we've discussed this before in various ways, but the review and with the new knowledge is very important because what we've been talking about is the rings of duality. And we need to separate this to understand that we are going to be discussing the magnetical aspect of the rings of duality. We have to understand that the magnetical aspect comes from the PM ticks, which are the principal matter of the universe. These are energy packs that are traveling around in parcels all over the universe, diverging to all the, shall we say, four corners. And they come together in a dilution field, which we call a force field, combining antimatter, dark matter, and matter gen. And then it converts it into a plasma gen. But what we see is our physicality, which has to interact with our maggrav state, which we call Earth space, which is highly gravitational. And so the interaction between our conversion and the Earth-based conversion is what we call this field interaction known as inertia. So all of that comes together into what we see, what we perceive, and what we believe. So fundamentally, the two forces are always coming together. And that's what we did. We chose our planet, we saw our planet, and we arrived here and we formed this three dimensions of the X, Y, and Z axis. But this inertia manifestation did not have anything to do with time and distance. What it had to do with nearness and proximity. And so we encountered these overlapping fields. So there were gravitational spirals and magnetical cascading circles. These were all facilitated by rotating fields. But let's understand that these fields have boundaries, and that keeps being shoved in our face. So let's review a couple of things. Talked about the cascade, which refers to a process where things fall, flow, or happen in a sequential series. Melanin, of course, is that natural pigment that gives color to human skin, etc. The most important part was the neuromelanin, which was a specific pigment found in the areas of the brain. And the myelin, which is a fatty protective substance that wraps around the nerve fibers of the axons of the neurons. It acts like electrical tape on a wire, insulating the nerve and helping electrical signals travel fast and smooth through your body. So I think you get the picture. We have boundaries, we have fields, and then we have communication from field to field, and we have substances that are facilitating this, and there's a direct link between the brain, the myelin, and the melanin. And so when we go back to the PM ticks, which are traveling through the universe, we find that we say, oh, well, outer space is just a vacuum, but it's full of principal matter. And principal matter is charge. It's energy in motion. That's what a charge is. And negative is the giver. And we see that in our energy parceling unit, which we call water. This is the universal solvent. And the formula is H2O, which is two hydrogens and one oxygen. But the hydrogens are tiny and the oxygen is huge. And yet there's a magnetical gravitational relationship which forms this magrav, which we call water, and a single drop is round. So how do we get this roundness of balance between these two unbalanced components? And then we use it as a universal solvent by shearing one electron off, which of course is positive, and that's your hydrogen, which leaves behind this hydroxyl, which is really now one hydrogen and one oxygen, and is still in a containment, which we call a magrav, but now that assumes the negative charge. And so it is giving of itself. So now we understand how a raindrop comes down and hits the target on the surface of the water, and as a beacon, it imparts a wave. And this wave goes out through motion of upness and downness. And this magnetical strength of that raindrop is imparted through its gravitationally inherent picocore. But what is interesting is that the farther it goes away from the center, although the ring is bigger, the ring is weaker. So there is a dissipation of energy, but it keeps on going and keeps on flowing, and shall we say, it keeps on cascading. And we see this as a transmission frequency. So when we look at the transmission highway, which is the carbon-12 highway, we say, okay, well, life is dependent on frequencies. But when we look at the transition highway, we find that it's a carbon-14 plus carbon-10 highway, and it's double the number of carbons. And then when we look at the transmutation highway, it's carbon-16 plus carbon-8, which is, again, carbon-24, and it too is double of the transmission highway. So it isn't a doubling on every sequence. It is, we're missing half the picture on the transmission highway. we're short 12. And this is also represented in our commandments. We're missing 14 of them there. So they give us the 10 commandments, and basically they're telling us what not to do. And so we have this boundary anomaly that we're confronted with. So when we look at North America, we are not what we are, but what we are not. So let's review this, because from Earth space and how we divide our little pieces of the pie, we say, well, you know, here is North America divided into USA as part of Alaska and Canada, and then there's USA and Mexico and Belize and Guatemala, and then of course you have your oceans, your Atlantic and Pacific. And so we create these artificial boundaries, and we have to remember that these are man-made constructs, not universal constructs. But these are all products. The physicality is a product of the neighboring pieces. So really, Canada is not Canada. It is determined by the boundaries of the USA. But if Canada is not Canada, then the Alaska part of USA is also part of Canada. So what does that mean? That means Alaska is not the USA, and the USA is not the USA. So the USA is Canada, because Canada is actually not Canada. And if we extend that even further and say, well, wait a second, maybe we're not North America either, because if we're a product of the neighboring pieces, then what we are is the combination of the Pacific Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean. Because the Earth has no boundaries. So how do we determine by what we are? Is we're doing this through our neighboring pieces. But here we are in our own energy binding needs, totally self-serving to that dimension point of me, myself, and I. And so we focus on that singularity, and then we do that at the expense of others, forgetting the fact that we are a product of what our neighbors are. So if we are robbing, cheating, and stealing from our neighbors, then, and we are a product of what we are not, then we are lying, cheating, and stealing from ourselves. And so that's why we are considered as fallen angels, because we fall through weakness, faults, failings, and weaknesses. And this increases our angular density, increases pressure, increases what we call gravity, and therefore dependence on this Earth space feeding. But it is counterbalanced by this internal pressure of the Gans fields. So angular momentum is always conserved, and that's a scientific fact. But in our society, our duality comes as duals, a confrontation where energy manifests as a friction. And then that friction comes from fists, which manifests into fighting. And this causes a division of our society, and we emphasize that through racism. And then, of course, we have to lie, cheat, and steal to go along to get along. And you have to wonder then, would a chronic liar even believe you? This all leads to inertia, density manifestation of two fields coming together, and we need to be polite. And so therefore, gentlemen, shake hands and then come out fighting and be as brutal as you wish. And this brutality is actually a louche leaking. And when we do this on to other people, they leak their louche. But so do we. In other words, the effect is the product from the neighboring pieces. And if we are impacting on our neighbor, then we are the neighboring piece. All this affects vitality. And so that vitality is boiled down to emotional and physical vitality. And we do have a capacity to regenerate that. And we are overly dependent on the regular type of feeding. What we need to look at is the super feeding. And so that needs to take us outside of this old scientific box, because energy doesn't double. It actually increases or decreases by orders of magnitude, which is 10 times. So when we go outside of the microsphere, which is 10 to the minus 6th, and get into the nanosphere, which is 10 to the minus 9th, that's 10 times 10 times 10, 1,000 times. And when we get outside of the box, then we have to define what the box is. And most of us will think of a box as a box of cardboard. So the definition of the boundary of the box would be cardboard. But where does the cardboard start and where does it stop? And we have the same problem with the science. Where does it start and when does it stop? And when does it go outside of the box? Well, we not only went to the nano, but then we went to the pico, which is another 3 orders of magnitude. And so now we are beyond the nano monatomic state. And just like the raindrop, the pico has a beacon, and we see how it has a gravitationally inherent field strength. And then we get an emission array from that. But where is this pico point? It's from that nebulous blurry point in that nano gap. So then one has to wonder, is the point or the gap more important? So when we look at what we did in May the 10th of 2025, and as we define our current status as being the beyond the Beijing era, where the gold rush began, and in 2026 the silver rush began, and now we've had the rare earth metal rush. We have to understand that the creation of gold was achieved with obsolete singularity technology. And so there's an inherent susceptibility in that singularity, but there's an inherent susceptibility in the duality. And what was that missing X factor to facilitate the gravitational completion? It was the external input of the Gans field of humanity. So we had to touch it to convert the gold Gans into gold. We do this with cell phones. So how do we activate these cell phones? Well, we have to touch the screen, and that's how we activate it. So when we look at our skin, we see the skin boundary as being me, myself, and I. But somehow there's something happening beyond the skin boundary because it affects the phone, which also has a boundary. So we transcend the boundary of the cell phone and we transcend the boundary of our skin by touching. And somehow there's a communication. So the communication is a product of what it's not. The communication is not the cell phone. The communication is not the finger. The communication is the connection between the two. And that becomes the transmission highway. That becomes the medium. And the message travels on that medium. So now we're getting into more detail in understanding Marin Tavakol Keshe's books, like in book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter. And we bring together the matter, the dark matter, and the antimatter. But when we have one, then we have the other. So in book number 2, we have the connection, the structure of the light. So with this line of thinking, if we have one matter state and we have another matter state, and then the light becomes the connection of the two. Is the light then the product of its neighbors? Which is to say that the light comes together based on its neighbors. We know that light comes in colors. We know that light comes in different intensities. That light that comes is coming from something and from somewhere, has a characteristic that is embedded within the light. So that's where it comes from. Where it comes to, it is affected by where it's going. So the light is not what it is what it is not. And then we see book number 3, The Origin of the Universe, where we see the division of that point splitting into man's universe and the sister universe. And we don't care too much about the sister universe, do we? Because we don't care much about man's universe either. What we're focused on is that little tiny place we call Earth space. And it gets even tinier when we focus on our country. And then we focus on our domicile, that modern condominium, which is the cave of the modern caveman. But for 444 weeks, Rick Crammond and the Universal Council have been bringing together this one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace. The coming together of that product of justice and world peace. So that product is facilitated by the neighbors. And so the plasma rule is where the neighbors impact what you are. That becomes your transaction zone and is determined by the higher strength, which feeds the weaker strength. So that gives you the direction of flow. And then we get to choose. Is that a conflict point or is that a binding zone? Whichever you choose is an inertia, density, manifestation. So you do have choices on how to do that, and you have to follow those sequences. There's a gravitational attraction. That's part of the feedback. There's a magnetical repulsion. That's part of the feeding. And you, oh no, you're the one who has to make the choices to turn on and turn off the feeding or increase or decrease that strength. That enhances or diminishes your positioning. And if we don't understand how the stronger feeds the weaker and continue to be the stronger eating the weaker or beating the weaker, then life becomes a competition. So how do we maintain this cellular stability where we have these dual rings of phospholipids and we have this gravitational neutron, which we call a nucleus, and somehow it's interacting with the rest of the world? Well, how do we achieve cellular stability? Well, the cellular stability is determined by its neighbors. So the cell is not what it is, what it is not. It is not the adjoining cell, whether it's on the left or the right, or the top or the bottom. That's what determines the cellular stability. So how do we communicate with that? So we use the melanin, which is present in every human cell. regardless of race or skin tone. And the neuromelanin is that dark pigment found inside specific brain nerve cells. And it forms from the breakdown of chemical messengers like dopamine. And this builds up as you get older and helps trap harmful metals. And so we see the chemical structure of the dopamine, and it has this, two hydroxyls and a combination of a nitrogen hydrogen. So the nitrogen has replaced the oxygen in that marriage, but it's still a MAGRAF. So we see that the containment and the direction of flow is facilitated by the charge. So the neuromelanin is in the brain areas. These control movement and stress. And then there are specific cell types in the brain cells that make dopamine and noradrenaline. And of course, growth, this builds up slowly over time as a person ages. So unlike skin melanin, which is present early, why would be early? Well, that's how you create your boundary of your physical boundary, your skin. And so everything that you have within your skin, like your organs and your bones and your blood vessels and everything else, is contained within that skin. And then they somehow become individual. So this dopamine is the chemical messenger or neurotransmitter made in the brain. And it plays a major role in how we feel pleasure, how we stay motivated, and how we move our bodies. And so we see that there's a magnetical aspect to it because now we are adding another hydrogen. So we have increased its energy potential. So the dopamine is what sends signals between nerve cells in the brain. And it drives the brain's reward system when you eat, win a game, or achieve a goal. And so this helps control body movements and coordination. And it regulates focus, memory, and mood. And we see the extremes of dopamine. In low levels, it's linked to Parkinson's, and in high spikes, it is leading to crashes in mood or habits of addiction. And then we see the relationship inside the cerebral cortex. This is known as the cerebral mantle. It is the outer layer of the neural tissue of the cerebrum of the brain. And this is present in humans and other mammals. So there is a receptor, which we call 5-HT2A, and it affects cognition, learning, and memory. And this is highly expressed in that cerebral cortex. It is a cellular surface receptor that activates multiple intracellular signaling cascades. But today we're talking about intracellular. And so we're looking at this gray matter, which is the largest site of neural integration in the central nervous system, and it plays a key role in attention, perception, awareness, thought, memory, language, and consciousness. But now we have to understand that these are all matter state attributes. So the corpus callosum is manifest where the cortex is divided into left and right parts of the longitudinal fissure, which separates the two cerebral hemispheres, but they're joined beneath the cortex by the corpus callosum. So there are two components. And the myelin is used to insulate nerve cell fibers to stop electrical signals from leaking out. And they speed up brain messages so you can move, think fast, and react fast. But there are tiny uncovered gaps called the nodes of Ranvier, where signals jump or move even faster via saltatory conduction. So the myelin forms as a sleeve, as a sheath that's wrapped around each nerve cell, the neurons. It's a protective layer of fat, these are lipids, and protein that coats the main body section of the neuron called the axon. So when we look at the nerve growth, we see that the nerve growth is facilitated by the myelin sheath. So the myelin sheath has to grow. And that is called memory. And the way it grows is it has a rotation. So the myelin rotates around the axon shaft. And at the leading edge of the myelin is another rotation. And that point is also rotating around the leading edge, rotating around the axon shaft rotation. So rotation is a key component here. And so the nodes of Ranvier are formed in sections, and each myelin section is an internode. And so the myelin sheath has a chain of internodes, and between each chain link is a gap. The nodes of Ranvier are rich in positive sodium ions. So as the signal is given, the negative is given, the positive recharges. So add to this the nature of cholesterol, because this is an anti-inflammatory compound that is needed to patch vessel wall damage in the body. So the brain represents approximately 2% of the total body weight, yet it contains about 20 to 25% of the body's cholesterol. This makes it the most cholesterol-rich organ in the human body. And this concentrated supply is required to maintain myelin sheaths, preserve neuronal membrane integrity, and support normal synaptic signaling. Well, if we have to decide what we are and what we are not, then the best way in the physicality is creating a fence or a bag. But when we look at the Earth and we see the atmosphere, how is that atmosphere contained on Earth if we don't have a fence and if we don't have a bag? So somehow there are boundaries. We focus on these physical boundaries and say, this is me and this is not me. And to go through that fence, you need a gateway. You have to open up the gate. So, but if we don't have fences around the Earth, then how do we create these gateways? So we are confronted with this vanishing point gateway, where we see the vacuum condition is not just in the outer space, but it's in the inner space. And so we determine by what we are is by what we are not. So this is not my garbage. My garbage has to be thrown away into a neighboring place. And so outside of the fence, well, that's my garbage. And outside on the other side is also my garbage. And these are feedbacks. And so these feedbacks create a product and say, okay, well, where you are, this is not my garbage. So we are continually determining what we are and what we are not. And so instead of wondering what we are, we're just not garbage. So what are we? And how did we arrive here? Well, we arrived with a sentimentality. And we said, well, we are not Venus and we're not Mars. So what we are is what we are not. So the Earth space is a product, and that's how we found that this is me. But when you look at the solar system and you say, oh, well, we know where Earth is rotating on its orbit and where Mars is rotating, and yet there's no fence, there's no bag, but there is a boundary creation. Well, this is true of our cells as well. Our cells do not have fences or bags, but they do have boundaries to determine what they are. And in this determination, we call that differentiation. Now, we borrow a lot of terminology from other aspects of it, and it's interesting to see that in mathematics, differentiation is the method of finding the derivative of a function. It measures how fast a value changes at any given point, and this is known as the rate of change or the slope of a curve. And we've talked about this before. So a derivative in math is a fundamental tool that quantifies the sensitivity change of a function's output with respect to its input. The derivative of a function of a single variable at a chosen input value, when it exists, is the slope of the tangent line to the graph of the function at that point. Yes, very complicated. So let's simplify it. A derivative is the final answer or formula showing the rate of change. And the gradient or a slope is how steep a line or curve is at that specific point. And so we've talked about a charge in motion, and a gradient charge. Similarly, in biology, differentiation is the process where a simple generic cell changes into a specialized cell, like a skin or a muscle cell. So all the cells are created the same way from amino acids. Yet some cells we call kidneys, and some cells we call pancreas, and some cells we call liver, and some we call nose and face and skin. And then there are blastema cells. This is just a mass of cells capable of growth and regeneration into organs or body parts. And so during the last century, blastemas were thought to be composed of undifferentiated pluripotent cells. But research indicates that in some organisms, blastemas may retain memory of the tissue origin. And here we go. They are typically found in the early stages of an organism's development, such as in embryos, and in the regeneration of tissues, organs, and bones. So now we're talking about an inherent memory, and we're also reinforcing that memory by what we are not. And we are not our neighbors. So we define the conversion of blastema cells into differentiated cells as healing. This healing is a natural process where the body, mind, or a bad situation recovers, repairs, or becomes whole again. It includes physical tissue repair after an injury. But then there's emotional recovery from pain or grief and restoring peace in relationships. So what are we saying here? We're saying that there's a physical healing. We see this inflammation. This is where the body sends blood and white blood cells to protect the wound. And then there's repair, where new cells grow or scar tissue forms to close the damage. And then there's a remodeling. The tissue strengthens and finishes the recovery over time. But we segregate into an emotional healing as well. And how do we do that? Well, we have to acknowledge, that is to say, accept the hurt or loss instead of hiding from it. And then, of course, there's a process, maybe journaling or talking or rest to ease the mind. And then finally, acceptance, finding peace and moving forward with scars that no longer hurt. So we have defined healing as a combination of the physical and the emotional. So we differentiate between the two. But when we look at how we are constructed, we understand that energy is a charge in motion, and that negative gives and the positive takes. And since the energy can be flowing or binding, then the giving and the taking is continuous in a rotating field. So we understand the nature of the DNA. It's a double helix, and it's like a screw. You have these overlapping spirals. And the RNA is a double helix, and you have overlapping spirals. And the combination of the RNA and the DNA leads to this matter state to plasma state transitioning. Each cell has DNA and RNA. So cell is manifest according to the blueprint. All the cells are manifest the same way, but they don't differentiate into what they are. They are differentiated based on what they are not, and they are not their adjoining neighbors. So somehow, as we've shown in the 630th Knowledge Seeker Workshop, that there are embedded inherent frequencies of the soul and the soul of physicality. And there's a threshold, and it's kind of blurry, and that needs to be filled. But yet, the soul and the soul of physicality always hits that bullseye. So how do we cross that threshold? And are we ready to break on through to the other side? And so, as we've discussed with healing, being emotional and physical, well, the cups of life are exactly that. They are magraphs, each one, be it emotional, cup number one, be it physical, cup number two. And the combination of the two is the cup of man. And each one has a magnetical gravitational relationship, and the combination of which is a magraph. So the plasma matter dilemma really comes from, how do we maintain this balance? So we have this physicality, which we see represented in our atomic, nano, and GAN states, but we have this plasma reality that is shown in the plasma state. And each state is balanced. And yet there's an energy transfer state that allows us to go from one state to another. And it too has to be in balance. So all of these transactions are maintaining the equilibrium, yet all of these transactions are continuous. But this is all part of the matter state. Somehow we transcend this and come out of the boundaries of our brain. And we see this at the cup of the universe, how we see the copper GANs and zinc GANs come together through the two hemispheres of the brain. And then we say, is that symmetry or is that a reflection? And then we see the manifestation of the pineal gland and its connection to the universe through the carbogen. But we can't use electrical signals. We have to use a different form of communication, which we call love. And somehow that manifests into our gravitational format, which we call our physicality. To maintain this physicality, we have depended on a supplementation, because through an acquired knowledge, we have been supplementing due to consumption. But that was a conditional teaching by ancient teachers. It's the unconditional teaching by the Creator that gives us 100% of energy. So this is why we are running 20% short. And this is our new awareness. And this is now we understanding that gap, that historical threshold between the cosmic feeding and the loosh harvesting. But we've resolved that anomaly because we understand that we do have a gravitational stability. We have that magnetical cocoon. And so as we look at the Earth and its gravitational stability, it achieves that without a fence, without a boundary, without a bag. And the intercellular communication, likewise, does not have a fence or a bag. Doesn't really have a boundary either, because that relationship is based on its neighbors. So, what does that say about Aphrodite, the goddess of love? Is it symmetrical? She loves me not? Or is it a reflection? And what does that mean about our inertia highways? Each one, transmission, transition, transmutation, is supported by plasma reality. And that plasma reality is likewise supported in turn. There's a giving and taking. And that medium is a cosmic ray. And it maintains an equilibrium. But we only see the message. We see overlapping fields. We see boundaries in these fields, but there's some kind of communication that transcends these boundaries. So when we look at that singularity and we say, okay, well, what is it? Well, we measure things by their physical state. That's part of the weight, or their atomic state. That's part of the mass. But those are actually only the gravitational side. What we're talking about is the nuclear state, which we measure by Teslas, or the plasma state we measure by time, combination of which is part of the magnetical counterweight measures. So we see that there is a duality at play. So when you bring two fields together, these are plasma fields, and no two are the same, just like no two bagels are the same, and they come into this plasmatic manifestation, which we call a maggrav. And when it comes together, it creates this physical manifestation that becomes that transaction zone. But what is it? Don't know what it is until we look at our neighbors. And so we achieve this gravitational certainty because oxygen is that non-visible X factor that allows us to cross that threshold to facilitate that plasmatic decay to GANs. And the GANs decay from gas to liquid to solid gives us that physical anchorage. But how does it become visible? Because of that color emission spectrum. And it is specific. So it is specific to oxygen. But that specificity is determined by what it is not. So it's not nitrogen, and it's not carbon, it's not hydrogen, but it is gravitationally inherent. So therefore, we too have inherent attributes that give us that gravitational confirmation at that center point. That gravitational picocore gives us that gravitational certainty. So this is part of the construction, the healing, mutually assured construction. And we see that there is a counterbalancing magnetical certainty because we've demonstrated that on Earth at 129 Tesla. So now we're going into uncharted territory where we see that we are an array within an array, and there are many stars beyond that nano monatomic state, covering the full range from decay to radiation. That AI is actually the ancestral intelligence, where we are the technology, we are the inertial product, and we are the image of our dimensional convergence point. We are not our neighbors. We are what we are. And so this timelessness, what we refer to as the man, the myth, and the legend, is that in your own mind, or is it really in the Sumerian texts? And how do we define plasma science or physical science or pseudoscience? So we have this battle between artificial intelligence versus artificial boundaries. And so someone said that artificial intelligence will supersede man's intelligence. How is that possible? When man's intelligence encompasses everything, how can you have more than everything? So we see the snail growth is a rotational cornucopia, calcifies underwater. Well, we see that calcium is a brain food. And now we see that cholesterol facilitates brain communication activity. So is a snail what it is, or is a snail what it is not? And so what are we? Are we a plasma gen receiver that is connected to our space-bound existence, which is crossing that super granular layer and manifesting the dimensions of the X, Y, and Z axis? And what about our neighbors? Each of them has the same capability, and how do we communicate together? Are all the humans on this planet forming a super granular layer around the Earth space, trying to bring peace and prosperity? And the soul, the growth of the soul, how we are having this counterbalancing between the unconsciousness and consciousness, this awareness and acceptance, knowing and learning, awakening and maturing. So we had to go all the way back to the beginnings of our teachings and see how the nanocoating was a superconductor at room temperature, and our soul growth is dependent on this supergranular layer. And the connection of our universal council somehow communicates with the universal community. And this is an ongoing thing. So 656 weeks in a row, we've done the Knowledge Seekers workshops to seek that greater oneness and suddenly transcend the limitations of nuclear science. So we're trying to achieve the pico core of truth through these One Nation networks and through our research centers. And so that is part of the advanced science. The nature of advanced science is that it's advanced. And so we are trying to catch up One Nation network at a time to facilitate a scientific rescue, to open the blinds and hit that bullseye, to modulate the X factor by magnetical cascading. We do this One Nation network at a time, just how the cells build up. And that time is now. We have to overcome this space racism where we have the science fact versus the science fiction, the universal councils where there are some that are earthbound and some that are spacebound. And of course, this whole space is confrontation between world rulers versus world leaders. We see ourselves as warmongers versus the peacemongers. So how do we rationalize that hand that kills versus the hand that caresses? So we have to overcome that compassion racism burden where my child is more important than your child, and that capacities racism burden where, you are lacking. So we have these boundary limitations, and we have to draw the line on crossing boundaries. Or do we draw the line on having boundaries? Because cellular communication has to transcend cell boundary limitations. So to understand the possibilities of duality, one has to understand the limitations of singularity. So our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We want to bring man as equal to all the beings in the universe by teaching the plasma science and technology equally to every one, that no one is left out and no one is abused due to the lack of knowledge. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science, welcoming all the beautiful plasma travelers of the carbon nations, learning about the new frequencies of the new organic plasma science. That World Peace Treaty is something that you have to choose. You have to sign it unconditionally and mean it sincerely in order to be effective. But you don't have to tell anybody. You have to do that because that matter tech that is dominating our seed core manifestation is restricted by that man-made margin between the war dome and the peace dome. Because the inertia of the present is governed by the dimensions of the history. But it's time to learn the history of self in a universal context. Because the physical Magravh state is in constant universal communication. And these intercellular boundaries disappear in cascades of physical matter state transmission, highway, inertia conditions. Plasma science needs to continue to be enhanced daily via the Peace Dome in a practical exchange for peace on earth. So welcome to the new golden outer space age, and I hope you enjoyed this lesson, and thank you for contributing.
Okay, thank you, Alex, as well for contributing much more deeper understanding about how our body works. And as Mr. Keshe said, we have a map of the way the entire universe works if we just understand the way our own physical body, energy body works. It's all there. We have the entire map and understanding. So thank you, Alex, for expanding it a bit and bringing what you thought we need to understand today. Anyone want to ask any questions or thoughts?
It's a thought. I felt very comfortable with this teaching. It seems that some of the things I wasn't too clear on before that Alex was using to teach us is now coming together. So it's a lot of things are starting to make sense, and I really appreciate it.
Then it's all worth it, isn't it? If one person,
Absolute.
it's all worth it. Just like with the problem we had with the COVID, if we help one person, it's been all worth it. But you're helping many. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Gail. Thank all of us in so many ways, as we're just the early sort of learners in this whole process. Humanity is still blind for the most part. They have bits and pieces of it, but the Keshe Foundation is sort of putting it all together that everyone can understand and everyone can benefit from understanding their structure. So it's just amazing. We're privileged and humbled to be here, and we continue on. And hopefully we look forward to your next presentation, Alex. Thank you again.
And Mark, comment, just make sure there's so many nice and exciting new things. If people can read the manual on the right-hand side, I think it's the second or third option on the way down the menu.
Do you want to
And
show that?
well, on yours, you can see, look at what's new. And there's quite a bit in there, but just read a little bit at a time. And if there's any confusion, then we can have discussions about it. That's what it's there for. So there are a lot of things that are coming on. It's absolutely wonderful and exciting, and I'm enjoying it, I must say.
Okay, that's
The
why.
question mark.
Yeah, if you were to pull up your game, you could show it and explain it, but we have it here.
Yeah.
Gail.
There, manual.
Okay, so you're asking people to go to the manual,
Mm-hmm.
click on the
And
manual, and there's a lot to study in here, isn't there?
yes, quite a bit. And if you look at, if you already know the basics, then go to what's new. There's a lot in there. And I don't know if the help desk is ready yet, but there, at least it looks like it might be. So, but if you don't have success with the help desk at this moment, it obviously is going to be coming on. Then, you know, again, the same thing. You can write to us, and I guess probably Mark and who I'm trying to think who else, but at least Mark or myself, and we'll make a list and make sure that we pass it. At the moment, the people who are doing the work are so completely snowed under, as we say in Canada, with snow, that they just don't, they only have specific times when they can deal with it. So we would make sure that they see it. I think that's the best way for now.
Very good. Yeah, this is going to be a centerpiece, I believe, of your existence in the coming time until you master it yourself. You don't need the game, the coin, or anything else. As Mr. Keshe said, the coin is just a transition part of this. But again, that transition may be quite a while in fully transitioning. He said, because someone asked once, when will we stop needing money or coins? He said, when we get the greed out of the man. And maybe this is part of getting the greed out of the man, where we don't have deals where I benefit more than you benefit. You want so many Keshe coins for what you're offering, I'm willing to share or give you my Keshe coins for what. So no one's actually sort of winning and no one is losing. everyone becomes equal, including the governments.
And in a way, isn't it a chance for us to do something good for somebody else? Because if everybody's doing that, you won't need anything at the end of the day.
Right. He even said we'd come to the point where there was no one left to serve, that everyone was sort of satisfied.
Yeah,
So
it's all
this is
there.
where we're heading to. And it's all due to the Keshe Foundations and the universal community's wish to sort of bring us in to the larger family, which we had no idea even exists, or if we did, we weren't sure about it, whether they were going to eat us or bring us on their ship or whatever. So now it's becoming clearer and clearer, this whole process of what's actually happening to humanity at this point in time. Anyone else have a thought or question? Otherwise, we'll play the final disclaimer and the session will come to an end. Keep studying, keep exploring. It's all about you and what part of this, what decisions you make, what part of this you'd like to pick up. And we're all growing in at different speeds and different strengths. But everybody is being elevated, enlightened together, including the animals and the rest on this planet. And maybe, as we said, we're becoming sort of plant-like in a way, where we don't kill or destroy anything to exist, although there's still a couple of stragglers in the plant family that haven't gotten over the hurdle yet, as we know with the Venus flytrap and some of the other ones that actually still use the liquid and gaseous to pull in some energies. But most of the plants are peaceful and have learned to operate in that energy dimension. So they have a lot to teach us, even though they don't have a mouth or a tongue. Maybe they've lost their mouth, as we're about to do over the next century or less. Okay, any other thoughts, questions, or comments? Otherwise, we'll play the final disclaimer. Meeting will come to an end for today. But of course, the knowledge never ends, and our exploration of it will never end either, depending, again, on how much of this you'd like to pick up. It's totally your decision. Will you reject the coins? Will you accept the coins? Mr. Keshe. All right, I'm not hearing any further comments. Thank you all. I know it was a lot of knowledge Alex is bringing in here, and each point can be studied and restudied, I'm sure. And as Gail said, just in the game alone, there's plenty to. But again, going to a new city, a new country, maybe you want to study about it a little bit before you actually travel. But it's safe. It's completely safe. Unless you're there for the wrong reasons, let's say. All right, let me just bring the background up. And we'll play the final disclaimer and the session will come to an end. Thank you all for being with us. Again, I think you'll find out more of your responsibilities as time goes on. You're very privileged to be here, understanding so much knowledge that's been hidden from the man for thousands of years. Even to 1% of it is all worth it. We're finding more about ourselves and our creation, and all depending on what you'd like to understand. The opportunity is here, the knowledge is here, and everyone will eventually come into the family, as I see it, unless you decide to fight it out here in the physicality with the others, as he said. But this is the most beautiful place in the matter state. Just as he stressed throughout this workshop and many others, just start to move away from killing with your thoughts, your words, and your actions. And there's a lot to gain. Thank you all. I'll play the final disclaimer and the session will end. Any last thoughts, comments, requests, or other things you've been holding on to that you really want to share? Thank you all. Have an amazing rest of your day.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.